I had always liked being alone. That was something people never understood about me. I wasn't angry, I wasn't sad, I just liked space. I liked things quiet. No phones buzzing, no one knocking at the door, no one making small talk about things I didn't care about. I wanted a weekend to myself, far from anything loud or complicated. So when I found a small, old cabin listed on a rental site deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, I booked it right away. It wasn't fancy, just one room, a wood stove, and a small kitchen area. No internet, no cell signal. I liked that. I didn't want to check emails or see what everyone else was doing. I just wanted trees, fresh air, a hot mug of coffee, and nothing else. The cabin sat near a small frozen lake, about 3 miles off a narrow dirt road. When I arrived, snow covered everything, about 6 or 7 inches deep. It looked like no one had driven down the old road for days. The sky was a pale, dull gray, the trees all bare, and the air had that sharp, cold smell that comes right before a big snowstorm. There was no one around, not even animals. It was just me, my rented Jeep, and the old wooden cabin with smoke curling up from its chimney. A faded green shed sat maybe 50 feet behind the cabin, leaning slightly, like it had shifted in the earth and never been fixed. The shed looked like it hadn't been used in years. I brought in my bags, lit the wood stove, and made some coffee. Everything inside was simple. Wooden walls, dusty shelves, a metal sink, a small table, one bed, and a rocking chair that creaked every time I sat in it. I didn't mind the dust or the old smell of the place. Felt real. The first night was peaceful. I read, I wrote in a notebook, I made soup from a can and fell asleep early. There was no sound except the wind outside and the stove crackling. I slept hard and deep. The second day, it started snowing in the morning. I spent a few hours walking around the edge of the lake, keeping an eye on the sky. The wind picked up and the snow came down heavier by mid-afternoon. I didn't want to get caught far from the cabin, so I turned back. When I came up the hill toward the cabin, I noticed something that made me stop. There were fresh footprints in the snow near the shed. I hadn't gone back there. I hadn't even thought about the shed since I arrived. But now there were prints, boots wide and deep, coming from the trees behind the shed and stopping right at its door. They were newer than mine, with sharp edges like they'd been made not long ago. No snow had started to fill them in yet. I stood there staring at them. There were no prints walking away, just a straight line from the woods to the shed. I went back into the cabin and locked the door. I told myself it could have been a hunter passing through, maybe someone who knew the area, but something felt off. No car tracks, no other signs of people, and the way the prints ended right at the shed door, it made me feel watched. That night, the wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Couldn't sleep much. Every creak in the cabin made me sit up and stare into the dark. I kept the fire going just to have some light. At one point, maybe around 2 a.m., I thought I heard snow crunching outside. Not a lot, just once or twice. I held my breath and listened for what felt like an hour. Then nothing. In the morning, I opened the cabin door and looked out. The snow had stopped sometime before dawn. Everything looked untouched. But I walked to the back window and looked toward the shed. There were new footprints again. This time, the prints came from the shed and went halfway toward the cabin. Then they turned and went back. I felt a cold sweat on my neck. Someone had been walking around while I slept. I boiled water and made coffee, trying to stay calm. I told myself again that maybe it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I had a pocket knife with me, nothing big, just something I carried when hiking. I kept it in my pocket the whole time. I checked all the windows and made sure they latched shut. Later that afternoon, I walked carefully toward the shed to look at the tracks. I didn't want to open the door, but I wanted to see if the snow told me anything. The door was still closed. The lock was rusted and looked like it hadn't been used in a long time, but the footprints circled the shed now. I saw at least 2 different sets of prints. One set was wider, deeper. The other was narrower, lighter. Both had walked around the shed several times. Again, no tracks led away from the area. They just ended around the building. I didn't sleep much again that night. I pushed a chair under the cabin door handle. It wouldn't stop anyone, but it made me feel a little safer. Sometime in the night, I heard knocking. Not loud, just one knock, then silence, then another, slow and spaced apart. I stayed frozen in bed, eyes wide open, heart racing. When I looked out the front window in the morning, I saw something small sticking out of the snow right outside the cabin. I opened the door and walked out slowly. It was a plastic lighter, a cheap red one. I hadn't brought a red lighter. I looked at the snow around the lighter. The snow had been disturbed. Someone had walked up to the cabin again. I backed into the cabin slowly and locked the door again. I knew then that I needed to leave, but my Jeep wouldn't start. The engine cranked and cranked but didn't turn over. I tried it 3 times. Nothing. I opened the hood, but I didn't know enough to fix anything. I stayed inside for the next few hours trying to figure out what to do. I had enough food for maybe 3 more days, but I didn't want to stay another night. Around noon, I walked back toward the road, hoping to find a signal or maybe a passing car. But the snow was thick, and the wind made it hard to see. I gave up and came back. When I reached the cabin again, I saw something new. The shed door was open, wide open. It had been shut before. I was sure of that. I walked up to the shed slowly, step by step, heart pounding. The inside was dark. The smell of rotting wood and damp earth came out of it. I stepped closer, trying to see without going in. There were sleeping bags on the floor, 2 of them, and trash, wrappers, empty cans, bottles. Someone had been living in there, maybe still was. I turned and walked fast back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a weapon, just my small knife. I had no phone signal, no vehicle. That night, I barely slept. I sat in the rocking chair with my knife in one hand and a heavy flashlight in the other. Around 3 a.m., I heard the door handle move, just once, then a soft knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then it stopped. In the morning, I found the door to the shed closed again. The next day, I packed everything I could carry and started walking. I didn't care how far the road was. I just knew I couldn't stay another night. I walked for hours, through the snow, cold wind biting at my face, legs shaking, but I kept going. I finally made it to the main road in the afternoon. My legs were numb. A truck passed by after 30 minutes. I waved it down. The man inside drove me to the nearest gas station. From there, I called the rental company and the police. I told them everything. The police went out there the next day. They found the shed empty. The sleeping bags were gone. So was the trash. They found footprints all around the cabin, but no sign of who it was. The weirdest part? They said the shed was locked from the outside with a thick chain when they arrived. I never got a full answer. No one was ever caught. The rental listing disappeared a week later. I never went back. I don't go into the woods anymore. Not alone. Not ever. I still think about those nights. I think about the shed and the way the footprints came so close, then stopped. Like someone wanted me to know they were there. I never saw their faces, but they saw mine, and I think that was the whole point. I was burned out, tired in a way that wasn't just about sleep. Everything in the city had started to feel like a weight pressing down on my chest every morning. Same routines, same noise, same people crammed together, everyone moving fast but going nowhere. So when my uncle offered me the keys to his cabin in the mountains for a couple weeks, I didn't hesitate. I told him I needed it, needed the quiet, needed to be away from traffic, buildings, and news headlines. He said it was basic but comfortable. Off-grid with a propane stove with heat and a gravity-fed water system. He hadn't used it in over a year, but it was stocked. I just needed to bring my own food and a full gas can for the generator if I wanted to charge anything. No phone service out there either, which honestly sounded perfect at the time. I packed up on a Wednesday, brought enough canned food, rice, oatmeal, and snacks to last 2 weeks. I threw in an old sleeping bag, a couple thick flannels, my hunting knife, and a flashlight with extra batteries. Also brought a small camping axe for firewood. I had no plans of hunting or doing anything ambitious. I just wanted to read, nap, write in my journal, and take walks in the woods. I left before sunrise to avoid traffic and started the long drive upstate. By the time I left paved roads and hit the gravel track that led to the cabin, it was late afternoon. The forest swallowed up the light quicker than I expected. I didn't remember it being so deep in when I visited as a kid. The gravel road narrowed until it was basically two muddy tire paths snaking through dense trees. My little hatchback struggled in a few spots, slipping in the mud and climbing over rocks, but it kept going. Every now and then, branches scraped the sides, making sharp, screechy sounds that made me wince. I started to wonder if I had taken a wrong turn, but the old wooden sign came into view, 3 pines, just like I remembered. I pulled up to the cabin just as the sun was starting to drop behind the hills. It looked like it hadn't been touched in a while. Faded wood, moss on the shingles, a single small window that reflected orange light from the sky. The clearing around it was overgrown with tall weeds. I parked next to a stack of firewood, got out and just stood there for a minute, listening. Nothing but wind and birds. No hum of traffic, no voices, no buzzing electronics. Just quiet. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. The air was cool and still. I opened a few windows to let fresh air in and started unpacking. The cabin had one main room with a small wood stove, a table, a bed frame with a foam mattress, and a narrow counter with a sink that led out to a rainwater tank. No plumbing, no bathroom, just an outhouse about 20 yards out back. Everything was exactly how I remembered, only more worn down. I swept out dead leaves and mouse droppings, stacked the cans I brought on a shelf, and started a fire in the stove. That first night, I felt like I could finally breathe. The fire crackled, the stars were out, and the wind moved slowly through the trees outside. I ate beans straight from the can, wrote a few pages in my journal, and rolled into my sleeping bag early. I didn't even bother turning on the generator. The darkness felt complete, and I liked it. The next couple of days passed slowly, which was exactly what I wanted. I hiked a few trails I remembered from years ago, saw deer, watched the clouds roll over the hills. I chopped firewood, made instant coffee, and listened to the wind. The silence wasn't heavy like it sometimes is in the city when everything shuts off. It felt natural out here, like the earth itself was breathing around me. But after a few days, I started noticing little things that felt off. The first thing was small. A stack of kindling I had left by the stove had been knocked over while I was out walking. Could have been me. Maybe I bumped it without noticing. But I was sure I left it neatly stacked, and when I came back, it was scattered across the floor. I brushed it off. Cabins settled weird sometimes. Wood shifted. Mice knocked things over. I didn't think about it too much, but then it happened again. The next day, I found the door to the generator shed open. I knew I had shut it. It was one of those heavy metal doors with a sliding latch. The latch was unhooked, and the door hung slightly open, swinging in the wind. I went inside to check. Everything was still there, the generator, the gas can I brought, a toolbox. Nothing stolen or moved. Still, it didn't feel right. That night, I locked the main cabin door for the first time. It didn't have a deadbolt, just a little twist knob lock. I put the axe beside the door, just in case. I reminded myself that I was deep in the woods, far from anyone. Probably just animals, maybe a bear nosing around, or raccoons. I knew they could open latches sometimes. Still, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak in the wood or groan from the trees made me tense up in the dark. The next day, I decided to go further down one of the old trails past the ridge. It was overgrown but still passable. I remembered it led to an old dry creek bed and a hunting blind my uncle used to check once a year. I hadn't been that way in a long time, but I figured a long hike would calm my nerves. I brought a small pack with water, a sandwich, and my knife. The trail narrowed as I climbed, and after about an hour, I reached the ridge. From the top, you could see the hills roll out for miles. No cabins, no buildings, just trees and sky. I sat on a rock and ate half the sandwich. That's when I saw something across the valley, something white and square in the trees. First, I thought it was a piece of trash, but then I realized it was a tent, a small one, tucked just barely into the woods on the other slope. I hadn't seen anyone come in, hadn't heard any cars, and the trail that way was rough and overgrown. I watched it for a while. Nothing moved. No smoke from a fire, no sound. Could have been abandoned. Or it could mean someone was camping nearby, someone I didn't know about. That changed the way I felt out there. I wasn't really alone. Someone else was out here too. When I got back to the cabin, the wind had picked up. Clouds were moving in, and I knew it was going to rain. I spent the evening stacking firewood under the eaves and tying down anything that might blow away. I tried not to think about the tent. People camped all the time. It didn't mean anything. That night, the storm rolled in hard. Rain slammed against the roof, and wind howled through the trees. The whole cabin creaked and groaned like it was breathing. I sat close to the fire, reading by flashlight, but I kept glancing at the window. Just shapes out there. Tree limbs. Darkness. The sound of something hitting the side of the cabin made me jump. Probably just a branch. Still, I didn't sleep well. In the morning, the storm had passed, but everything was soaked. I stepped out to check the damage and found fresh footprints in the mud outside the cabin. Not mine. They came from the woods, circled around the back, and vanished into the trees. They weren't boot prints. They looked like sneakers. Small. Too small to be mine. I just stood there, staring at them. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't armed. No cell service. The nearest town was almost an hour away down rough roads. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat there for a long time, listening. Nothing. No voices. No movement. I stayed inside that day. Read. Watched the window. I didn't even cook. Just ate crackers and peanut butter. That night, I slept with the axe beside me. I told myself maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe someone camping wandered close by accident. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. On the porch, laid out right in the middle of the steps, was the top half of a rabbit. Just the top. Its eyes were open, its front legs stiff. The rest was gone. No blood trail, no tracks, just the rabbit's upper half clean and still. I threw up in the bushes. This wasn't random. This wasn't nature. Someone had done this on purpose. Left it there for me to find. I knew it. That day, I packed everything I could. I was done. I didn't care how peaceful it was, how much I'd looked forward to being alone. I was leaving. I loaded the car, made sure everything was shut and latched, and got behind the wheel. I backed down the muddy track, tires slipping, heart pounding. But a mile down the trail, just before the bend that leads to the old logging road, I had to slam on the brakes. A tree had been cut and dragged across the path. It wasn't just fallen. It had been moved. There were marks in the mud where it had been pulled. The cut was clean, fresh. Someone had blocked the road. I got out and looked around. Nothing. No movement. No sound. I grabbed the axe and started chopping. It took over an hour, and my arms were shaking, but I finally cleared enough to get through. I didn't stop again until I reached the paved highway. I didn't go home. I drove straight to the sheriff's office in the nearest town and told them everything. They looked at me like I was paranoid, but they promised to send someone out. I left for the cabin on a Monday morning in late September. The weather was cold but not freezing, just enough to keep the bugs away and the tourists out. That was one of the reasons I picked this place. Isolation. I needed it. I had too much noise in my head, too many things going on back in the city. Deadlines, people bothering me, traffic, construction noise, phone calls, texts, expectations. I couldn't think straight anymore. The cabin was deep in the mountains of northern Washington. I found it through a private rental site. It wasn't listed on any of the big booking apps. A small, handwritten ad posted on an obscure forum led me to it. The man renting it out said it had no internet and no TV, just solar power for lights, a wood stove, a basic kitchen, and one bedroom. That's exactly what I wanted. I didn't want distractions. I just wanted to finish my writing project and breathe without someone needing something from me every 5 minutes. I drove 6 hours from my apartment. The last hour was on narrow dirt roads with no signs, just trees, winding paths, and cold wind. My tires kicked up loose gravel. No cars behind me, no cars in front. I didn't even see any tire tracks. The place was far, maybe too far, but I kept going. I reached the cabin just before sunset. It looked small but not too old. A single story, dark brown wood, tin roof, tiny porch, one window in the front. A stack of firewood was piled near the side. A few rusted tools leaned against the outer wall. There were no other buildings around, no driveways, no fences. Just forest. Endless trees in every direction. Pines mostly, tall and tightly packed, their branches drooping with wet needles. I unlocked the door using the key that was mailed to me. Inside was cleaner than I expected. The wood floors were bare and scuffed. A small table sat by the window. One chair, a sink and counter with a propane stove. A mini fridge powered by solar, probably just enough to keep meat cold for a day or two. No microwave, no oven, no radio, no clock. A single, yellowing mattress sat in the corner. No frame, just on the floor. There were 2 overhead lights that worked when I flipped the switch. I heard the low hum of the solar battery outside. It was quiet, a deep kind of quiet I hadn't heard in years. I unpacked my things. A backpack with some clothes, notebooks, pens, my laptop. Even though I knew there'd be no internet, a USB drive, and a box of freeze-dried food. I didn't want to have to go back down the mountain for groceries. I brought enough to stay at least a week, maybe 2. I wasn't sure yet how long I'd stay. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just said I needed a break and turned my phone off. That first night was calm. I heated water on the stove and made a freeze-dried pasta meal. Tasted like plastic, but I didn't care. I sat at the table, stared out the window into the trees, and just listened to the wind. It whistled through the gaps in the boards sometimes. I kept my jacket on indoors. The cold settled fast once the sun went down. I didn't light a fire that night, just pulled my sleeping bag onto the mattress and curled up. I fell asleep quickly. It was the best sleep I'd had in months. The next morning, I made instant coffee, sat at the table and started writing. My thoughts flowed better than they had in a long time. No buzzing, no pressure, no voices from the hallway or car horns outside my window. Just me and the trees and the cold. I wrote for hours without realizing how much time had passed. The sun moved slowly across the sky. I barely noticed. I didn't check my phone. I didn't want to know what time it was. That was the point. It was around the second day that I started to notice little things. At first, I thought I was imagining them. One morning, the chair was pulled back from the table a few inches more than I remembered leaving it. Not a lot, just a little. Enough that it caught my eye. I told myself maybe I bumped it. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Then I noticed the can of food I had left on the counter was on the other side the next day. I clearly remembered placing it near the stove after using it. Now it was next to the sink. I hadn't touched it again. The third day, I came in from getting firewood and saw muddy footprints near the doorway. Not mine. I checked my boots, the tread didn't match. These were longer, thinner, and had a sharper edge like hiking shoes. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. That night, I locked the door. I made sure. I slid the latch into place. I even stacked a heavy pot against the door from the inside so I'd hear it fall if someone opened it. I barely slept that night. The next morning, the pot was in the same place. Nothing had moved, but the strange feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. I began noticing a humming noise in the walls at night. Not from the solar battery, this was different. Higher pitched and very faint. Came and went mostly around 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd wake up suddenly and just lie there, staring at the ceiling, hearing that soft hum like an electronic device turning on and off. On the 5th day, I opened the drawer under the kitchen counter and found something that didn't belong to me. A small black USB stick. I didn't bring it. I know that for sure. It was dusty, scratched up, and had no label. Just lying there, mixed in with some old nails and a broken lighter. I picked it up and just held it for a long time. It didn't make sense. I hadn't opened that drawer before. Why would it be there? Who left it? My laptop was still in my backpack. I hadn't turned it on all week. I pulled it out, booted it up, and plugged in the stick. There was only one file on it, a video. No title, no extension, just a generic file name. I clicked it. It was dark at first. Then the screen lit up with grainy night vision footage. The inside of the cabin. My cabin. The angle was wide, looking down from above like from a ceiling corner. I saw the mattress in the corner, the table, my backpack. And I saw myself, sleeping. The date in the corner was 2 nights ago, 3:17 a.m. The footage ran for 6 minutes. I never moved, but at the 3-minute mark, something shifted in the corner. A small shape moved just out of frame. Not enough to see clearly, just a flicker of motion. Then a hand came into view, slowly reaching down from the ceiling corner like it was holding the camera, adjusting it. Then it disappeared again. The video ended. I felt frozen. I sat there staring at the screen, my mouth dry, my ears ringing. I got up and looked at the corners of the room. I didn't see any camera. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned every inch of the walls, the ceiling beams behind furniture. I found a tiny hole drilled into one of the beams, smaller than a pencil. Inside was the tip of a lens. I wanted to vomit. I packed my bag in 5 minutes. I didn't care about the food or the notebooks. I shoved everything important into my backpack and left. I didn't clean up. I didn't even turn off the stove. I locked the door out of habit and ran to the car. But the car was different too. The driver's seat was pushed back. I'm not tall. I never drive like that. My glove box was open. Someone had been inside. I didn't care anymore. I started the engine and drove fast, the gravel spraying behind me. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I made it home that evening, still shaking. I reported it to the sheriff's office. They told me they'd look into it, but they didn't sound convinced. I mailed them the USB stick. I never heard back. I tried to track down the man who rented the cabin. His email was gone. The forum was deleted. The post was wiped. I couldn't find the original listing. I couldn't even prove I'd rented it. I checked my car for trackers. I found one, a small black box under the wheel well, magnetized to the frame. I destroyed it and had the car detailed the next day. It's been months since then. I sleep with all the lights on now. I moved to a new apartment with a security system. I don't go out of the city anymore. I keep my phone on at all times. And I still check the corners of every room I'm in. Every single time. Because someone was in that cabin with me, watching. And I have no idea who they were, or what else they saw, or how long they watched me before I ever even noticed. I decided to take a break from everything after quitting my job. I had been working in the city for 8 years straight without more than a weekend off here and there. I was burned out, tired all the time, and getting short with everyone around me. It felt like my mind was slowly being pushed out of balance. I didn't want to talk to anyone, I didn't want to look at screens, and I didn't want to stay in the city. I just wanted to be alone somewhere quiet where no one could find me. I rented a remote cabin in the woods for a week. I found it on a small vacation site that listed hidden, off-grid properties. It was in the middle of nowhere, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no other cabins nearby. The closest gas station was 40 minutes away down a rough dirt road that wasn't even marked on most GPS apps. That was what I wanted. Total isolation. When I got there, I was surprised by how quiet everything was. No cars, no planes, not even birds at first. Just wind moving through the trees and the sound of my own breathing. The cabin itself was small and simple. A single room with a bed, wood stove, kitchenette, and a bathroom in the back. No running water, just a hand pump near the sink and a small tank of filtered water beside the stove. There was a stack of wood outside and a solar-powered light inside that didn't seem to get very bright, but it worked well enough. I unpacked my food and supplies, set up a small folding table I had brought with me, and sat down to read. I had planned to spend the week writing in my journal, reading paperbacks, going on short hikes, and sleeping. I wanted to reset myself. Mentally, physically, all of it. I was looking forward to the silence. That first day passed slowly, but it felt good. I took a walk along the tree line that ran behind the cabin and then came back to cook some pasta on the propane burner. I read until my eyes started to close and then went to sleep under a thick blanket. It got cold at night even though it was late summer, but I didn't mind. The second day was more of the same. I woke up early, made coffee over the stove, and sat outside on the small wooden steps that led to the front door. The air smelled like pine needles and old soil. It was peaceful. I thought I heard something off in the distance that morning. A faint rustling that didn't match the wind, but I figured it was a squirrel or some animal moving through the woods. I didn't think much of it. I walked farther into the woods that afternoon, trying to clear my head. The trail behind the cabin faded quickly, but I kept track of the sun and marked trees with scratches from my pocket knife so I wouldn't get lost. I didn't go too far, maybe 30 minutes out, and then circled back. It was quiet the whole time. I didn't see or hear anything unusual, except for an old plastic bottle near a mossy tree. It was cracked and faded. I picked it up and brought it back with me to throw out later. That was the only sign of people I saw out there. On the third day, I started feeling like something wasn't quite right. Started small. I noticed that the bottle I had set near the trash bin was gone the next morning. I had definitely brought it back and left it there, but it wasn't there anymore. I figured maybe the wind had knocked it down and it rolled under the cabin, or maybe I was just remembering wrong. That afternoon, I found fresh boot prints behind the cabin, near the path I had walked the day before. They weren't mine. I had worn running shoes the whole time and these prints were heavy. Deep in the dirt, thick soles, probably boots. I crouched down and stared at them for a while. They were still sharp around the edges, meaning they hadn't been there long. I tried to come up with a reason someone would be back there, but I couldn't. This place wasn't near anything. No ranger stations, no other cabins, no campsites. It was private land. Still, I told myself it was probably an old print from someone who maintained the cabin before me. Maybe someone came out once a week to check the propane tank or water pump. That was possible, but I hadn't heard a car. I hadn't heard anything at all. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every little sound outside made me open my eyes. I started thinking about the woods more, about how far away I was from anyone, about how long it would take for someone to find me if something went wrong. On the fourth day, things got worse. I woke up and saw that the lock on the shed near the back of the cabin was unlatched. I hadn't touched that shed since I arrived. I didn't even have a key for it. The padlock was still hanging from the latch, but the latch itself was open. I stared at it for a long time. The inside of the shed was dark, and I couldn't see what was in there from the door. I thought about pulling it open just to look, but something in me didn't want to. Instead, I backed away and tried to keep myself calm. I told myself maybe the latch had just come loose from wind or something like that. I closed it and hung the padlock back on the latch even though it wasn't locked properly. I didn't want to touch it more than I had to. Later that day, I walked the path behind the cabin again just to see if I could find more boot prints. I did. Not just one set this time, too. One was the same as before and one was smaller. They went off the main trail a bit and circled back behind the trees. They weren't going anywhere in particular. It looked like someone had just been pacing or waiting there, watching. That's when I started to feel real fear. Not panic, not horror. Just a slow, building fear that started in my stomach and stayed there. I felt it even when I was inside the cabin with the door locked. Every time I looked out the small window, I expected to see someone standing just beyond the tree line. I didn't, but that made it worse. The not seeing part, the not knowing. That evening, I didn't light the lamp. I stayed in the dark, staring out the window, trying to be quiet. I didn't want whoever was out there to know I was awake. I tried not to move too much. I didn't eat. I didn't read. I just sat there in silence. I started hearing small noises again. Not animals, not the wind. Things like careful footsteps, twigs snapping. One time I thought I heard a short rustling sound right outside the wall near the kitchen. Just one sound, and then silence. I stayed awake until morning. On the fifth day, I decided I couldn't stay the full week. I packed my backpack and planned to leave. I hadn't seen anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I loaded everything into the car, checked the tires, and got in. I turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even turn over. Just a clicking sound. I tried again. Same thing. The battery was dead. It had been fine the whole time, and I hadn't left the lights on or used it at all since I arrived. I popped the hood and looked inside. Not that I'd know what I was looking for. That's when I noticed the cable to the battery had been cleanly cut. Not chewed, not frayed, cut. I stood there in silence, staring at the engine. I looked around the woods. I couldn't hear anything, but I felt like something was close, watching me. I walked slowly back to the cabin and locked the door. That night, I heard footsteps on the porch. They were heavy, not rushed, just slow, deliberate steps, one after the other, then silence. I sat on the bed, not moving. I had no weapon, just a fire poker and a hatchet I had used to chop kindling. I held the hatchet in my lap and listened. Then came the sound of the doorknob turning. Lightly, not forced but tested. A soft click of metal. Then nothing. I stayed like that all night, until the faint light of morning came through the small window. I opened the door slowly once the sun was fully up. No one was there, but on the porch, someone had placed the bottle I had picked up from the woods 2 days earlier. It was standing upright in the center of the step. That was when I knew for sure, whoever it was, they had been watching me since the beginning. They knew what I picked up, where I walked, where I slept. They had been out there the whole time. I didn't know what else to do. I had no cell signal. The car was useless. There was no landline. I thought about walking out, but I didn't know if that was safer. I didn't know who was out there or how many. I didn't know if they were still watching from the woods. I didn't want to walk right into them. I made a plan. I would leave the next morning at first light. I would walk down the road toward the gas station. It would take hours, but I'd rather be walking than waiting. I didn't sleep that night either. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. Footsteps. This time they circled the cabin slowly. They went around the back and then stopped. I gripped the hatchet until my hand ached. Then there was tapping on the window. Not loud, just a soft, steady tapping. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then silence. I waited until morning. As soon as it was light, I put on my shoes, grabbed my bag, and left. I walked fast but tried not to run. I stayed on the road and didn't look back. I kept walking, listening for sounds behind me. After about 5 hours, I reached the gas station. I was sunburned, sore, and completely exhausted. I used their landline to call a friend. Then I sat down on the curb and waited. I didn't explain what happened. I just asked them to come get me. I never went back for the car. I reported it all to the local sheriff, but they didn't find anything when they checked the cabin a few days later. No signs of forced entry, no footprints. The battery cable was still cut, but they said it might have been. After I got laid off from my job in March, I didn't tell anyone how bad things had gotten. I lived alone in a small one-bedroom apartment outside the city and had no family nearby. I had a few $1,000s saved, but it wasn't going to last long. I kept thinking I would find something soon, but every morning I'd wake up, stare at job boards, send out resumes, and hear nothing back. That loop went on for 2 months. By early May, my chest started feeling tight all the time. I wasn't sleeping. I was eating once a day, mostly toast and peanut butter, and I'd started drinking more than I should have. I needed to get out of the city. Not for vacation, I just needed to be away from everything so I could think. A guy I used to work with posted on social media that his uncle had a cabin in the mountains. I remembered him saying it was up in northern Idaho near a lake. Quiet, surrounded by trees, no neighbors in sight. I messaged him. He said the uncle wasn't using it and gave me the gate code and GPS pin. The drive took almost 9 hours. I stopped only once for gas and snacks. The last 2 hours were uphill and gravel, winding through thick pine forests. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was late afternoon. It wasn't much to look at. Just a plain, single-story wooden cabin, slightly tilted on its foundation. Paint was peeling. A shed sat about 30 feet behind it, sun-bleached and leaning to one side. Trees surrounded the place so tightly it felt like a clearing had been carved out with a machete. I got out, stretched my back, and just stood there for a while. It was quiet, like dead quiet. No birds, no insects, no wind. I walked around the cabin. The front porch was soft underfoot, and one of the planks had a hole in it. The door was unlocked. Inside, it was simple, wood everywhere. Just one main room with a small kitchen, an old dining table, a single couch with plaid cushions, and a wood stove in the corner. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom and bathroom. I dropped my duffel bag in the bedroom. The mattress was thin and hard, and it smelled like cedar and dust. I didn't care. That first night, I slept like a rock. It was probably the best sleep I'd had in months. No sirens, no phones, no emails. I felt like I could finally breathe. The next morning, I made black coffee with the old percolator and sat on the porch. The stillness felt different in the daylight. I watched a squirrel dig in the dirt near the edge of the trees. I had brought a notebook and I started making a list of things I needed to do. Patch the hole in the porch, clear the dead leaves off the roof, maybe fix the loose boards in the bedroom floor. Over the next few days, I kept myself busy. I swept the cabin, hauled off dead branches, and cleared a walking path around the property. The shed behind the cabin was filled with old tools, a rusted chainsaw, fishing rods, and a pile of firewood. I started going on long hikes every day. I'd pack a sandwich, head out in a random direction, and walk for hours. There were old logging roads and animal trails crisscrossing through the trees. One afternoon, I found a small stream about a mile away. That day, on the way back, I noticed something strange. Just before the clearing that held the cabin, maybe 100 yards away, I smelled something awful. Not faint. It was strong, like something had died nearby. I walked slowly through the brush, swatting away flies. The smell got stronger. Then I saw it. There was a pit in the ground. It wasn't natural, it had clearly been dug. About 6 feet across, maybe 3 feet deep. Inside it were rotting animal carcasses, mostly deer, I think, though some were too far gone to tell. Bones, tufts of fur, even some plastic bags. Flies swarmed the whole area. I backed away, covering my mouth with my sleeve. The smell stuck in my nose for hours. Back at the cabin, I sat on the porch and tried to make sense of it. Maybe someone used it as a dumping ground for roadkill, or maybe hunters nearby had cleaned their kills and tossed the remains there. It still felt off. The pit looked like someone had maintained it. The sides were clean. The dirt around it had been packed down by heavy boots. I told myself not to worry. It wasn't my property. I'd stay a week or two and leave, but I couldn't get the pit out of my mind. I kept thinking about it, especially at night, and I noticed something else. The woods weren't quiet anymore. Starting that third night, I began hearing noises. Not just wind or animals. These were deep, mechanical sounds, almost like a low engine idling far off. I'd hear them around 2 or 3 a.m. I'd sit up in bed and listen. Sometimes they faded away. Other times they stopped suddenly, like a switch had been flipped. One night I got up and stepped outside with a flashlight. I couldn't see anything, but I noticed the smell again. Faint, sour, almost metallic. A few days later, I went back to the pit. I don't even know why, curiosity maybe, but something had changed. There were new carcasses, 2 of them, a large deer and a smaller animal I couldn't recognize. They looked fresh, not more than a day old. No bullet holes, no signs of being skinned or cleaned, just dumped. I looked around but didn't see any tracks. The soil was too dry. That night I didn't sleep. I sat at the dining table with the lantern on and a kitchen knife in my hand. I didn't know what I was afraid of exactly, but it felt like someone had been here. Someone was using that pit. The next morning I packed my bag. I told myself I'd had enough, that I'd head out before sunset. But before I could leave, I noticed something strange. Behind the shed, in the brush, there was a worn path I hadn't seen before. It was narrow and hidden under low branches. It looked like it had been used recently. I stood there for a few minutes, unsure if I should follow it. Then I grabbed a flashlight and started walking. The path went downhill, curving through thick trees. After maybe 15 minutes, it opened into another clearing. There was a second shed, smaller than the first, older, and almost completely hidden by vines and overgrowth. The door was open. Inside were more tools, but also crates, tarps, ropes, and what looked like animal traps. Steel jaws with teeth, some rusted shut, some still working. A plastic cooler sat in the corner. I opened it. It was empty except for dried blood at the bottom. I backed out slowly. On the ground beside the shed was a large wooden crate, half buried in leaves. It had something inside, a folded tarp. I pulled it out, and under it were bones. Not animal bones, they looked human. I dropped everything and ran back up the path. By the time I got to the cabin, I was sweating, shaking. I grabbed my duffel and phone and threw them into the truck. I didn't even lock the door. As I backed out of the clearing, I saw something in my rearview mirror. A man standing near the treeline. He was far enough away that I couldn't see his face, but he was just standing there, still as a statue, watching. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. The truck bounced over rocks and ruts as I sped down the gravel road. It took nearly 2 hours to get to the highway, and I didn't stop once. I drove straight to the nearest sheriff's office. I told them everything, the pit, the shed, the bones. I gave them the GPS pin and the gate code. They didn't say much, just took down my statement and asked me to wait. 2 hours later, one of the deputies came out and told me they'd gone to the cabin. He said the pit was there, but it had been filled in. Fresh dirt, no carcasses. The shed behind the cabin was empty. No crate, no traps, no bones. Nothing. I asked him if they saw the second shed. He said there was no second shed, just trees. They let me go. Told me maybe I'd seen things, that stress and isolation do weird things to your mind. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. I didn't imagine that pit, or those bones. I left Idaho the next morning and haven't gone back. I never heard from my old coworker again, and his social media account is gone. I still don't know what was really going on up there, but someone was using that pit. Someone had been watching. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that low mechanical sound in my head, like an engine idling. But what really stays with me, what I think about the most, is how fast they cleaned everything up. Like they were ready for someone to find it. Like they'd done it before, and would do it again. I never really liked the noise. Maybe it was because I grew up in a quiet part of town. Not countryside, but the kind of place where, after 8 p.m., you could hear your refrigerator hum like it was a person breathing. The city had always been too loud for me. Even when I moved for work and tried to get used to it, it just felt wrong. The constant traffic, the horns, the people talking in the hallway of my apartment building, thin walls, slamming doors. It all built up over time. I'd wake up tired, lie in bed staring at the ceiling with my ears ringing from leftover tension. Started to mess with my health. My doctor called it urban fatigue, said it was more common than people thought. He suggested I take some time off, get away from the city. I wasn't planning on doing anything about it at first, but one day, after I spilled coffee on my desk at work because my hand was shaking too much, I decided I needed a break. Not a weekend trip, a real break. I had 2 weeks of unused vacation days, so I searched online for remote rentals. Not hotels or resorts. I didn't want people. I wanted somewhere quiet, surrounded by trees, away from everything. I found a small listing buried deep in some site for off-grid cabins. It didn't even have many reviews, just one picture. A small wooden cabin, sitting by itself in the middle of the woods, with a gravel path leading up to it and thick trees all around. The description said no Wi-Fi, no phone signal, fully off-grid, ideal for writing, relaxing, or isolation. That sounded perfect. I booked it for 12 nights. The drive there took nearly 5 hours. I left early to avoid traffic, passed a few small towns, and then turned off onto a gravel road that looked more like a trail. Kept going through thick forest, bumping and winding for almost 30 minutes. I kept checking my gas gauge. The last sign of civilization had been a rundown gas station 20 miles back. I started wondering if the place even existed. Then I saw it. The cabin looked exactly like the photo. Wooden, dark brown, with a small front porch and a single rocking chair. The roof was slightly slanted, and smoke curled slowly from a chimney, which made me a little nervous at first. but I remembered the listing said the owner had preheated it if the weather was cold. It was late October, and the air had a bite to it. The trees had already started shedding leaves, most of them orange and red, some already brown and scattered across the steps. I parked beside the cabin. The ground crunched under my boots when I stepped out. There were no other cars, no other buildings. Nothing, just trees. Endless trees in every direction. The place was silent. Not just quiet, dead silent. No traffic, no voices, not even bird sounds. The air was still, and the forest around me seemed to be holding its breath. I liked it. The key was under a flat rock beside the porch, just like the instructions had said. I opened the door and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and something faintly like burned logs. Not unpleasant, just rustic. There was one large room with a small bed in the corner, a wood stove, a simple kitchen with a gas burner, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. A small bathroom sat in the back with a compost toilet and a sink that drained into a tank. There was no electricity, just some candles, oil lamps, and a flashlight hanging on a nail near the door. I lit a lamp and walked around slowly, getting used to the place. There was no lock on the door, just a latch from the inside. That first day, I just unpacked and sat on the porch for hours. I listened to nothing. No buzzing, no voices, no music, no notifications. Nothing. I could hear my own thoughts again. I could even hear my heartbeat. The air felt cleaner out here. I watched squirrels hop between trees and saw deer moving quietly in the distance. Everything was exactly what I wanted. The first night was cold, but the wood stove kept me warm. I had brought food, enough for almost 2 weeks, canned stuff, pasta, a cooler with ice packs. The cabin had a hand pump well outside for water. It wasn't comfortable by modern standards, but I didn't care. I wasn't here for comfort. I was here for peace. The next day, I took a walk into the woods behind the cabin. There was no marked trail, but the trees weren't thick enough to get lost if you paid attention. I wandered for maybe a mile, taking deep breaths and looking around. I saw a fox dart through some tall brush, heard a few birds this time. Still no people, no distant engines, nothing mechanical. But when I turned back, I got this weird feeling. I wasn't scared, not yet, but something made me stop for a second. I had the thought, maybe random, maybe not, that someone had just been looking at me and turned away when I turned around. It was fast. I even spun back to look behind me, but there was nothing, just trees. Maybe it was a squirrel. Maybe just the weight of silence playing with my mind. I shook it off and walked back to the cabin. That night, I lit a candle and read an old book I brought. I kept thinking about that feeling, though, like eyes on me. I laughed it off in my head. Just city nerves still shaking loose. Out here, my brain was adjusting to stillness. No one was watching me. No one even knew I was out here except the property owner, and they lived in another state. The next day passed quietly. I spent most of it writing. The peace helped me think. My hands didn't shake anymore. My breathing was slower. I even slept better. But on the 4th day, things changed. I woke up and opened the front door to get some air. It was foggy that morning, thick white mist crawling through the trees. I stood on the porch and looked out. That's when I noticed it. At the edge of the trees, maybe 50 feet from the cabin, there were 2 boot prints in the dirt. I just stared at them. My stomach slowly tightened. The prints were clear, like someone had stood there and watched the cabin. The fog made it hard to see far beyond them. I walked out slowly and looked around. There were no other prints. No path leading to or away from them. Just 2 boots, side by side, facing the cabin. I checked my own boots against them. They weren't mine. Too big, heavier tread. I told myself maybe they were already there before I arrived, and I hadn't noticed. That was possible. Maybe the person who stocked the wood stove had stood there days ago. Still, something felt off. The rest of the dirt around the area was undisturbed. The prints looked fresh. I tried not to think about it too much. I stayed close to the cabin that day, and when the sun set, I locked the inside latch, even though it didn't feel like it would stop much if someone really wanted to come in. That night, I heard crunching outside. It was slow, soft at first, just a few steps, then silence. I sat up in bed and listened. More crunches, Not animal footsteps. Heavier. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loudly. I stared at the door. There was no window on that side of the cabin, so I couldn't see out without opening it. The steps stopped again, and then I heard something that froze me. 3 soft knocks on the wall of the cabin. Not the door. The wall. Just above the headboard where I was lying. Then silence. No footsteps leaving. No sounds of movement. Just total silence again. I stayed awake until dawn, holding the flashlight in my lap and staring at the door. The next morning, I stepped outside. There were no prints. The ground was covered in leaves, and nothing had been disturbed. I checked the side of the cabin. Nothing there. No sign anyone had touched it. But I knew what I heard. I didn't leave. I should have, but I didn't. I told myself maybe a branch had fallen. Maybe a raccoon or something had stepped near the wall. I didn't want to believe someone had been that close. I didn't want to believe they were watching me. But it kept happening. For the next 2 nights, I heard small sounds. Footsteps, snapping twigs. Always at night. Always when I was in bed. I never saw anyone. I never caught a glimpse. I even tried staying up one night, staring through the front window, waiting. But nothing moved. Until the 7th day. That evening, I stepped out to get firewood. I kept the pile stacked neatly in a box near the porch. I bent down to grab some, and when I looked up, I froze. There was a man standing deep in the trees. He was far, but close enough that I could see him. He was wearing dark clothes, maybe black or brown, with something over his head, not a hood, something like a ski mask or cloth tied around his face. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, watching. I didn't move. My breath caught in my chest. I blinked. He didn't. I stood up slowly and walked backward to the cabin. I didn't run. I didn't want him to know I was scared. When I got inside, I shut the door quietly and latched it. I turned off the lantern. I crouched by the window and watched. He didn't move for almost a minute. Then, without turning, he stepped backward and disappeared behind a tree. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't care how long I had left. I was done. I loaded the car fast, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. The forest. I had never really been a nature person. I grew up in a small town, but I lived most of my adult life in the city, surrounded by noise, lights, and people always in a rush. Everything about my life was fast, overwhelming, and crowded. Work, traffic, notifications, appointments. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten until I started waking up in the middle of the night gasping for air like I was drowning. I wasn't sleeping well, wasn't eating much, and every day just felt heavier than the one before. I didn't talk to anyone about it. I just wanted to be left alone. That's when I started thinking about taking a break somewhere completely quiet and away from everything. I found the cabin on a vacation rental website. It was in the middle of nowhere, at least 70 miles from the closest small town. The listing showed a 1-bedroom wooden cabin surrounded by dense forest, next to a small lake. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell service, and no TV. It had a wood stove, a propane-powered kitchen, and a hand pump for water inside the cabin. The description said it was originally built in the 60s and had been kept in original condition, which meant no modern luxuries except a solar battery to keep the lights on. That sounded perfect to me. It looked peaceful, simple, and quiet. Exactly what I needed. I booked it for 2 weeks and drove up the following Friday. The drive there felt like I was slowly peeling away from the world. The last hour was on a gravel road that cut through dense forest. I didn't see another vehicle the entire time. When I finally reached the cabin, I parked my car next to a clearing and stepped out. The air smelled like pine and moss. It was dead quiet except for the occasional creak of trees in the wind. The cabin stood in a patch of flat land about 20 feet from the edge of a still lake. The lake stretched out toward the trees like a black mirror, completely undisturbed. The forest surrounded the place so tightly that it felt like the world had been tucked away and locked behind all those trees. The cabin itself looked exactly like the pictures. It had a small porch, a single window in the front, and faded wooden planks that looked worn but solid. Inside, it was just one large room with a bed on one side, a small wooden table in the middle, and a kitchen space with shelves, a propane burner, and the old hand pump for water. There was a wood stove in the corner with a pile of chopped firewood stacked neatly beside it. A heavy steel door led to the outside. No locks, just a thick sliding bolt from the inside. There was also a guest book on the table with some short notes from past visitors. Most of them talked about how peaceful and relaxing the place was. A few mentioned hearing coyotes at night or how the lake water was cold and clear. Nothing weird. Nothing that would have made me second-guess staying there. I felt safe, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe again. The first few days were quiet. I woke up with the sun, made breakfast on the propane burner, and sat outside on the porch for hours, listening to birds and watching the lake. Sometimes I went for walks into the forest, always careful to mark my path with strips of orange ribbon I had brought with me. I tied them to tree branches every 30 feet or so, just in case I lost track. At night, I read books or just stared at the fire. I hadn't felt that calm in years, but after the fourth night, things started feeling different. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just a feeling that something was off. The first strange thing I noticed was on a Wednesday morning. I had taken a walk after breakfast, followed my ribbon markers deeper into the woods. After about 45 minutes of walking, I found a small patch of disturbed soil, like something had been recently dug up. It was fresh. The dirt was loose and darker than the rest of the ground. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe an animal had been burying food or digging for roots. I kept walking, but for some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That same day, after I returned to the cabin, I saw that my woodpile had been shifted. It wasn't a big change, but I remembered clearly how I had stacked the logs, all facing the same direction, flat ends pointing out. Now they looked disturbed, like someone had lifted a few out and put them back carelessly. I stood there staring at them for a full minute, trying to convince myself I had just misremembered. Maybe I had knocked them over and didn't notice. The next day, I found a piece of ribbon, one of the orange markers I had tied to a tree branch, on the ground, torn in half. The branch it had been on was snapped clean. That was the first moment I felt real fear. I knew I hadn't done that. I had tied them all tight, and there was no wind strong enough to snap a branch like that without making noise. I looked around, slowly turning in a circle. Everything looked the same, but it felt different. Like the forest was heavier, like something was watching me. That night, I had a hard time sleeping. I kept waking up to sounds, soft crunches, snaps, faint rustling outside the cabin. I had heard animals before, but this felt different. It was closer, too close. I lay still, staring at the wooden ceiling, listening. The fire in the stove had died down to embers. The darkness inside the cabin felt thicker than usual, and every noise outside sounded clearer. At one point, I heard footsteps, slow, heavy ones, crunching the pine needles just outside the window. I stayed frozen in bed, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped for a long time, then moved away toward the trees. The next morning, I didn't find any tracks. I expected to see something in the dirt, a boot print maybe, but there was nothing. The ground around the cabin looked untouched. That scared me more than anything. If it had been a person, they would have left some trace. If it had been an animal, same thing. But there was nothing. I thought about leaving that day. I even packed my backpack and put it in the car. But I couldn't bring myself to leave yet. I told myself I was just tired, paranoid, maybe imagining things because of how quiet it was out here. I gave myself one more night. That night, things got worse. I had just finished eating dinner and was reading by the fire when I heard a sharp tapping sound. Came from the back of the cabin. It was fast, like someone knocking with their knuckles. 3 quick taps, then silence. I sat still, listening. A minute later, the same sound again, but on the opposite side this time, near the front porch. Tap, tap, tap. I stood up and turned off the lantern. The cabin went dark except for the glow from the stove. I moved slowly to the window and peered out, pressing my face close to the glass. I couldn't see anything but the dark line of trees. Then I heard it again, this time right under the window I was looking out of. Tap, tap, tap. I jumped back. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. I grabbed the axe I had brought inside and sat on the floor with my back to the bed, staring at the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there with the axe, listening. But nothing else happened. The tapping stopped. No more footsteps, just dead silence. At sunrise, I packed everything. I didn't even eat breakfast. I shoved food, clothes, and gear into my bags and loaded the car in minutes. I didn't care if I got my full 2 weeks. I just wanted to be out of there. As I walked back inside to get the last of my stuff, I noticed something that made me stop cold. On the porch, scratched into the wood near the doorframe, were 3 lines, deep, clean cuts made by something sharp. They hadn't been there the day before. I ran my hand over them. They were fresh. Someone or something had made them during the night. I left immediately. The drive back to the main road took over an hour. Every now and then, I looked in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me through the trees. But the road stayed empty. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. It felt too strange, too hard to explain without sounding crazy. There were no ghosts, no monsters, just sounds, markings, and a presence that felt wrong. But I knew something had been out there, something that didn't want me there. Months later, I finally called the number on the rental site. It was disconnected. The listing was gone. I couldn't find the cabin again, even using satellite view. The whole area had been removed or blurred out, like it had never been there. I tried asking around in local forums, even emailed a guy who said he had been to a similar cabin years ago, but he stopped replying after I asked too many questions. To this day, I still don't know who or what was out there, but I don't go near forests anymore. I don't camp. I don't stay in cabins. I live in a small apartment now, surrounded by noise, traffic, and people, and I've never slept better, because now, at least, I know exactly what's outside my window. I went up to the cabin alone, deep in the Bitterroot Mountains, just west of Missoula, Montana. It was the second week of October, and the forecast showed cold nights but clear days. I wanted the peace. No people, no phones, just silence and the sound of trees moving in the wind. I'd been dealing with a lot in town, work stress, money problems, and a kind of restlessness that wouldn't let me sleep properly anymore. I thought a week in the wilderness would fix it. I thought that if I could get away, breathe some fresh mountain air, I might come back feeling more like myself. The cabin belonged to my late uncle. It was old and rough, but still stood strong after all these years. He built it himself in the early 80s, off-grid, no power, no running water, just a wood stove, a small creek nearby, and a 2-mile hike from the closest trailhead. I'd been there before when I was younger with my dad, but this was the first time I was going alone. I figured I could hunt a little, maybe hike, do some reading, split some wood, just get my mind right. I got to the trailhead mid-morning and parked my truck behind a tree line. I had my pack, my rifle, a small cooler of food, sleeping gear, some tools, and a solar lantern. The hike up was slow. The ground was still soft from a rain earlier in the week, and I could see boot prints in some areas, though I figured they were just from day hikers or hunters. The season was open for deer and black bear, so it wasn't unusual for people to be nearby. Still, most folks stuck to more accessible cabins. Mine wasn't exactly marked on any map. By the time I reached the cabin, I was sweating under my jacket. The air smelled of pine and earth. Cold wind brushed through the tall trees. I unlocked the door, brushed away a few cobwebs, and opened all the windows to let the place air out. Inside was dusty but unchanged. Same rough bunk bed, same old wood stove, same sagging bookshelf full of dry, yellowed novels and field guides. I lit a fire, warmed the place up, then unpacked and stored my food in a locked steel box out back to keep it safe from animals. That first night was quiet. I sat out on the small porch with a cup of coffee, listening to the woods settle into darkness. I could hear owls now and then. Somewhere distant, a branch snapped loudly, but it wasn't close enough to make me nervous. The stars looked endless. I slept deep and long, probably better than I had in months. The second day, I explored the area, following old trails I remembered from when I was a teenager. Some had grown over or shifted due to fallen trees, but I still had the muscle memory of where things were. Around mid-afternoon, I stumbled on something odd. Half a dozen trees chopped down, their trunks left scattered in a semicircle near the ridge about a half-mile east of the cabin. Not cleaned or stacked, just fallen at odd angles like someone had hacked at them in a rush. The cuts were deep but uneven. The axe marks looked angry. The bark was stripped from some, and chunks of wood lay everywhere. No sign of why they were cut, no firewood pile, no sign of construction. Just cut trees and nothing else. I stood there for a while, unsure why it unsettled me. Maybe because of how careless it looked. Usually, when people come up here and cut trees, they take the logs back with them. They don't just leave them. And whoever did this wasn't careful. Felt aggressive. I walked around the perimeter of the clearing, looking for trash or signs of a camp. Nothing. Just those stumps and splinters. I headed back to the cabin, feeling colder than I should have. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there under my heavy blanket, listening to the creak of the cabin and the occasional gusts of wind. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something outside. Not an animal. Footsteps, soft but clear, moving through the leaves just past the window. I stayed completely still. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. The footsteps didn't come close to the door. They moved along the edge of the clearing, near the treeline, then stopped. I waited, eyes wide open in the dark, for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was the pale light of morning coming in through the window. When I stepped outside, I saw nothing. No prints, no broken branches, nothing disturbed. I started wondering if maybe I dreamed it, but something still felt wrong. I didn't make breakfast. I didn't make coffee. I just sat outside for a while, scanning the trees and the trail that led down toward the ridge. Later that morning, I walked back to that odd clearing with the cut trees. I felt drawn to it, like I needed to understand what was going on. I wanted proof that someone had been there, or maybe just to convince myself it was nothing. When I got there, I noticed something new. In the center of the semicircle of stumps, someone had placed a small, dead deer. It hadn't been there yesterday. It was fresh, with its legs folded underneath like it had just laid down and died. But its neck was broken, twisted too far around. No blood, no bite marks, just snapped, like someone had killed it and placed it there. I looked around fast, scanning the trees for movement, feeling exposed. I crouched low, checking the dirt around the deer for prints, but it was all dry pine needles and soft soil. I couldn't find a thing. I backed away slowly and made my way straight back to the cabin. The rest of that day, I stayed inside. I checked my rifle twice, loaded it, and kept it by the door. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall and the rifle across my lap. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again, this time slower, closer, circling the cabin. The creaking of the old boards outside told me someone stepped onto the porch. My body tensed so hard I thought my muscles would snap. I waited, holding my breath, finger near the trigger, but they didn't try the door. They just stood there. For how long, I don't know. Then I heard the footsteps move away again, fading, gone. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, staring into the dark. At first light, I walked out, rifle in hand, and checked around the cabin. Nothing again. No tracks, no sign of anything. But I noticed the steel box I kept my food in had been moved about 6 inches. It hadn't been opened, still locked tight, but it had definitely been dragged or shifted. There were scrape marks in the dirt underneath. That was it for me. I made up my mind to hike back to the truck and leave. But when I got to the trailhead, something had changed. My truck was still there, but all 4 tires had been slashed. Clean cuts like from a large knife or razor, deep enough that they were completely flat. I stood there in silence for several minutes, staring at the ruined tires. There was no cell signal. I had no satellite phone. I couldn't just walk to town. It was over 15 miles away, and I didn't know who was out there, or where they were watching from. I made a fast decision to hike back to the cabin. I knew it was risky, but I had shelter there, food, heat, and a gun. I figured I could wait it out a day or two, then hiked to town with my gear once I was better rested. Maybe it was just a vandal or some twisted hunter messing with me. That thought gave me enough of a reason to stay calm. But that night, my 5th night there, things got worse. It started with the sound of something being dragged. Long, slow scraping across the dirt outside. Then silence. Then a loud crash against the wall of the cabin. I jumped to my feet, heart pounding, and aimed the rifle toward the door. I didn't move. I just listened. Another crash, this time against the back wall. Then silence again. I didn't go outside. I waited with my back to the corner of the room, watching the windows, trying not to blink. At one point, I saw a shape pass by one of the windows. Just a dark blur, too big to be a bear. The height and movement looked human. I didn't sleep at all that night. At first light, I opened the door carefully. The dirt outside had been disturbed in large arcs, as if something had been dragged around the cabin. I walked around and found what it was. A 6-foot-long log, stripped of bark, jammed into the side wall of the cabin like a battering ram. It had cracked one of the boards. There were no footprints, just drag marks, clean, purposeful. I packed my gear and left. I didn't care if it was risky. I wasn't spending another night there. I hiked fast and hard, carrying my rifle in one hand the whole way. Every time I stopped to rest, I listened. I didn't hear anything at first, but when I got within 5 miles of town, I swear I saw someone on the ridge behind me, just standing still, watching. I kept moving. I made it to a ranger station by sunset, pale, sweating, and out of breath. They asked if I was okay. I said I was. They offered to radio a tow truck for my vehicle. I gave them the details and told them someone had slashed my tires. I didn't mention the cabin or the deer or the dragging sounds. I wasn't sure what to say. I wasn't even sure they'd believe me. A week later, the truck was recovered. The tires were confirmed to be cut with a blade. No fingerprints, no prints on the dirt near the car. Just clean, deep slashes. I never went back to that cabin. I thought about selling the I went to that cabin to get away from everything. It wasn't supposed to be anything special, just a quiet place to work, think, and shut myself off for a few weeks while I got through a writing project I'd been putting off for months. Life back home was too noisy. My phone buzzed every hour with emails. My neighbor's dogs never stopped barking, and I couldn't focus on anything for more than 15 minutes without getting pulled into something else. So when a friend mentioned he knew someone who had an old family cabin in the northern mountains, I didn't think twice. I offered to pay a little for using it, but they just told me to bring my own supplies, keep the place clean, and lock it up when I left. I packed up my laptop, notebooks, canned food, a few cooking tools, clothes, and filled the back of my SUV with enough water and fuel to last a month. It was late September when I arrived. The drive took me nearly 9 hours. The last 2 hours were on a gravel road that twisted through dense pine forests, climbing higher into the hills. I didn't see another car the whole time, and I only passed one sign of life: a rusted mailbox and a driveway half swallowed by weeds. The cabin itself sat in a clearing maybe 50 yards off the gravel road. There were no other houses in sight. The trees surrounded the clearing like a wall, tall and dark green, and the ground was covered in thick grass with a few muddy patches where it looked like rainwater pooled up often. The building was smaller than I expected, more like a shack really, but sturdy. Weathered dark wood, tin roof, single window in the front. There was a porch that sagged a little in the middle and a small deck out back that overlooked a short slope down into the trees. There was no electricity and no plumbing, but I had a solar charger for my laptop and a backup power bank for my phone in case of emergencies. The inside was one room with a bed in the corner, a wood-burning stove, a table, 2 chairs, and a shelf nailed into the wall with some old tins and cookware. The first few days were uneventful. I mostly stayed inside or sat on the porch with a notebook. I didn't bother keeping a schedule. I just ate when I was hungry, wrote when I felt like it, and slept when I got tired. The air was cold in the mornings and warmed up around midday, then dropped fast once the sun dipped behind the trees. At night, I kept the lantern lit and usually read until my eyes couldn't stay open. I heard coyotes once or twice, and once I thought I heard a bear crashing through the brush out back. But I didn't see anything. I stayed alert but not scared. I grew up camping. I'd spent nights in the woods before, but sometime around the fourth day, I started noticing little things that didn't make sense. First, it was just small stuff. I'd put my hat on the table and later find it on the floor. I figured it fell off. I'd hear a creaking sound from outside at night, but I told myself it was just the trees or the old porch settling. Then I noticed a fork I hadn't used in the sink. I only brought 2 forks and I had only used one. The other one had been in my gear bag, but there it was, wet like it had just been used. I checked my bag. It was unzipped. I hadn't left it like that. A few days after that, I noticed one of my water jugs outside, tipped over, cap unscrewed. I knew I hadn't taken it out there. It made me uneasy, but I kept trying to explain it. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I accidentally took it outside one night and just didn't remember. But by the second week, the uneasiness turned into something sharper. I'd started keeping my gear bag in bed with me at night, pressed up against the wall. I still had everything in it, but the cabin didn't feel private anymore. I started locking the door from the inside using a thick metal hook nailed into the door frame. One morning, I woke up and found muddy boot prints in the middle of the floor. They were too big to be mine. I wear size 9. These looked like at least size 12, maybe larger. They started near the door and stopped near the shelf. I checked the lock immediately. The hook was still in place. That didn't make sense. I spent the whole day tense after that. I walked the perimeter around the cabin looking for tracks. I found a few smudged marks in the mud out back. More boot prints, but they weren't clear. I couldn't tell where they came from or where they went. I didn't hear anything that day, but I kept the axe nearby just in case. By week 3, I stopped sleeping through the night. I started hearing movement outside. Not just animals, footsteps, heavy ones. Sometimes they circled the cabin. Once, I heard something brush against the back wall. It was quiet but deliberate. Every morning after that, I checked the area again. And every morning I found new signs. Scuff marks on the deck. A twig snapped clean in 2 near the window. Once even an empty cigarette pack half buried in the dirt. I don't smoke. I didn't leave that day. I probably should have. But I had told myself I would finish the project. And part of me still wanted to believe I was just being paranoid. I told myself maybe hunters were moving through. Maybe someone local had wandered up by mistake. I didn't want to panic and drive home empty-handed. But the next night, everything changed. I had just gotten into bed when I heard something outside. At first it sounded like movement near the trees. Slow, careful steps, like someone trying to be quiet. I sat up and held my breath. The footsteps got closer. I could hear leaves crunching, then silence, for almost 10 minutes. And then the porch creaked. Not from the wind, not a branch falling. That low groaning would sound when someone steps on it. One step, then another, then a third. I got up as quietly as I could, grabbed the axe, and stood near the door. I didn't breathe. I waited. The steps stopped. Then I heard something brush against the door. A light tapping like a fingernail. Then nothing. I stood there for almost an hour. Nothing happened. No more sounds. Eventually, I fell asleep on the floor, still holding the axe. The next morning, I opened the door and found 3 cigarette butts on the edge of the porch. Still fresh. Still smelled like tobacco. One of them was still warm. I packed my things immediately. I stuffed everything I could into the SUV and planned to leave before sunset. I didn't even care if I left some supplies behind. I just wanted out. But when I turned the ignition, the engine clicked once. Then nothing. Battery was dead. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood and checked the battery cables. Everything looked fine. I checked the fuel. Still plenty. No signs of tampering. But the car wouldn't start. I pulled out my power bank and turned on my phone. No signal. Not even 1 bar. I was stuck. I went back into the cabin and locked the door again. I thought maybe I could hike out the next morning. The road wasn't used much, but if I followed it back the way I came, eventually I'd hit town or get a signal. That night I heard movement again. Only this time it was louder. More than one person. At least 2 sets of boots crunching through the grass. Then someone tapped on the back window. Not knocking, just a light tap. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Later, I heard something scrape against the side wall. I had no idea what it was. Metal maybe, or a stick. The next morning, I stepped outside and found a rope tied between 2 trees out back, like a makeshift clothesline. Hanging from it was one of my shirts. It had a rip across the chest, clean and deliberate, like it was cut with a knife. I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed what I could carry, took the axe, and started walking down the gravel road. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I kept walking for hours. After about 6 miles, my phone buzzed. 1 bar. I called for help immediately. The signal dropped twice, but eventually someone answered. I gave them my rough location. Took them 5 hours to reach me. They found the cabin empty. My SUV was there, everything inside untouched. But when they checked the woods, they found signs someone had been living not far from me. About half a mile into the trees behind the cabin, they found an old hunting blind. Inside it were some of my wrappers, a bottle from my supplies, and even some of my handwritten notes. Whoever it was had been watching me. They never caught the person. No fingerprints, no direct evidence. But someone had definitely been there. I never went back. I never finished the writing project. I didn't sleep well for months after that. The scariest part wasn't that someone was out there. The scariest part was that they didn't try to hurt me. They didn't break in. They didn't make themselves known. They just watched and waited. I took a break from everything in late October. I had been working too many hours at a warehouse job, 6 days a week, barely sleeping, barely talking to anyone. It wasn't good for me, and I could feel it in my chest. My back hurt, my legs were sore all the time, and even my appetite felt off. I was tired in a weird way, not like sleepy tired, but like my body had been drained from the inside. One of my coworkers had this old family cabin out near the mountains. He said no one ever went there anymore since his uncle died a few years back. It sat empty, and when I asked him about it, just kind of joking around, he said I could take the keys and stay there if I wanted. Said the road up to it was rough and the place was dusty and cold, but it had a bed, a wood stove, a bathroom, and a working lock on the door. That was good enough for me. I packed light, a couple of jeans, hoodies, socks, a flashlight, a couple of knives just to be safe, some instant noodles, cans of food, water, a sleeping bag just in case the bed was moldy, and a small hatchet. I brought one of those solar charging power banks for my phone, but I didn't plan to use it much. I just wanted quiet. The drive was long and full of sharp turns. The road leading to the cabin was just a gravel path cutting through trees that were turning orange and red. It had rained earlier that week, so the ground was a bit muddy and the tires slid a little when I turned. But eventually I found it. The cabin sat in a clearing, surrounded by woods on all sides. It was old and gray with weathered wood and a sagging roof, but the walls looked solid and the door was heavy. It had a little porch with a broken bench on one side and a bundle of firewood stacked up near the door. The windows were covered in dirt and leaves. There was a chimney sticking out the side, leaning slightly. When I stepped out of my car, it was cold and smelled like pine and wet earth. Everything was quiet except for the wind and the creaking trees. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The place was dark. There was no power, just light from the windows. It smelled like old wood, dust, and dried leaves. The floor creaked with every step. There was a main room with a fireplace and a small couch that was half covered in a sheet. The kitchen was barely more than a sink, a little counter, and a table. There was a hallway leading to the back, where I found a bedroom with a twin-sized bed and a closet, and a tiny bathroom with a rust-stained sink and toilet. There were old boots by the door, a fishing rod in the corner, and an old jacket hanging on a hook near the fireplace. It was like someone had left in a hurry and never came back. I didn't think much of it. I cleaned the place a bit, opened the windows to air it out, then started unpacking. That first night was quiet. I started a fire in the wood stove using some leftover newspaper and the firewood by the door. It took me a while to get it going, but once it caught, it made the place warm fast. I ate a can of chili, laid back on the bed with my sleeping bag rolled out, and stared at the ceiling until I fell asleep. The second day, I took a walk into the woods. I didn't go too far, just enough to clear my head. The trees were thick, the ground soft, and I didn't see any trails, just random paths made by deer or whatever else lived out there. I came across a pile of rocks stacked up near a stump. It looked like someone had placed them there deliberately. I figured it was just an old trail marker or something. I didn't touch it. Back at the cabin, I gathered more firewood. There were branches scattered around from the wind, and I used the hatchet to break them down into pieces I could use. I spent the afternoon just chopping wood, stacking it, boiling water, and writing a few things in a notebook. I didn't check my phone once. Felt good. That night, I sat by the fire and listened to the sounds outside. I could hear something walking around in the woods, but it didn't sound close. Probably deer, maybe a raccoon. Whatever it was, I didn't really care. I was more worried about keeping the fire going. It got cold fast at night, and when I stepped outside to pee, my breath came out in thick white clouds. I noticed something odd on the third morning. When I opened the door, I saw boot prints in the mud near the edge of the porch. They were old-looking boots, heavy ones, but I hadn't seen any when I arrived. I stood there staring at them for a long time. They didn't lead from the cabin. They came from the woods, circled the side of the house, and then disappeared back into the trees. I thought maybe they were mine at first, but my boots had a different tread. These were wider and deeper. I looked behind me at my own tracks from the day before. They were lighter and more spread out. Whoever made these had been heavier and closer to the ground. I bent down and touched one of the prints. It was dry but still clear. Could have been made during the rain a few days ago. I tried to ignore it. That night, I couldn't fall asleep right away. I kept thinking about those prints. Every time the fire cracked, I flinched a little. I left the flashlight near the bed and my knife under my pillow. The fire died down around 3 a.m., and I could feel the cold creeping back in. Then I heard something outside. It was soft at first, a slow crunch of leaves, not far from the back window. Then silence. I sat up in bed and held my breath. I couldn't see anything outside. The window was too dirty and the moon was hidden behind clouds. But I kept listening. Another step, then another, then nothing again. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared at the wall and waited. Eventually, it stopped. I must have fallen asleep sitting up, because the next thing I knew, it was morning and light was coming through the window. I got up, looked outside, and saw more prints. This time, they were closer. They came right up to the back window, stood there for a while, then went around to the side of the house and back into the woods. I didn't go outside right away. I waited, thinking maybe I'd see something move, but nothing did. After about 20 minutes, I finally stepped out with the hatchet in one hand. The air was cold and sharp. I walked around the cabin, checking every corner. The prints were deep, fresh, too fresh. They hadn't been there the day before. There were no tire marks, no sign of another person, just those boot prints. That whole day I stayed inside. I kept the fire going, sat near the window and watched. I didn't eat much. I kept thinking someone was watching me. I couldn't explain it. It just felt like I wasn't alone anymore. That night I didn't sleep. I sat near the fireplace with the hatchet on my lap and a blanket wrapped around me. I listened for every sound. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again, but this time they didn't stop. They circled the cabin slowly, step by step, leaves crunching, sticks snapping. At one point, I swear I heard breathing through the wall. It was deep and heavy, like someone was standing just outside. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the window. Then it went quiet. At first I thought maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the wind made weird sounds and I freaked myself out. I sat there for another hour. Then I heard it again, this time at the front door. Just one knock. Not loud, not slow, just a single knock. I didn't answer it. I didn't move. Eventually the sound faded. The fire burned low. I stayed up the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I opened the door and stepped outside. There were boot prints again. They came right up to the front door and stopped. I walked around the cabin and saw them circling again, but now they were closer to the windows. They stopped at the bathroom window too. I packed my stuff in less than 10 minutes. I didn't even eat. I just shoved everything back into my bag, grabbed my sleeping bag, and threw it all in the car. I was halfway down the dirt road before I realized I forgot the hatchet. I didn't care. When I made it back to the main highway, I pulled over and checked my phone. I had no signal until I was a few miles out. I messaged my coworker and told him I was done with the cabin. He didn't ask why. I didn't tell him. It took me days to stop feeling that cold pit in my stomach. For a while, I thought maybe it was some hiker or local guy messing around, but I kept going back to the same thing. There were no tire tracks, no other cars, no food wrappers, no trash, just footprints that came and went, always at night, always circling, always standing still just a little too long. A few weeks later, out of curiosity, I looked up the area. I found a short forum post from someone a few years back saying they had stayed near the same forest, in a different cabin, and left early because of a man in old boots who walked around at night. I don't know if it was the same person. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. All I know is something about that cabin wasn't right. There were no ghosts, no creatures, nothing from a storybook. Just a real person watching, walking, and waiting in the woods. And that, to me, is scarier than anything else. I've been feeling burned out for a while. I worked as a freelance video editor, which meant long hours in front of a screen, constant revisions, and barely any social interaction outside of emails and the occasional call. I lived in a small apartment in the middle of a noisy city. Traffic never stopped. Sirens were constant. People argued outside my window at 2 a.m. I started waking up tired, feeling drained all the time, not really living, just dragging through each day. So I booked a cabin I found on a site that advertised off-the-grid stays. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no people, just a simple wooden cabin about 4 hours out from where I lived, deep in the woods near a lake, surrounded by thick pine forest. The pictures made it look peaceful. The owner had left a short description. No cell service, solar power only, bring your own food and water. There was a fire pit and a wood-burning stove for heating. No neighbors for miles. That part caught my eye. I thought I needed peace, silence, space to breathe. I didn't know back then how silence could press in on you until it felt louder than any city. I left on a Monday morning. My gear was simple. A large duffel with enough clothes for a week, a sleeping bag, some canned food, rice, trail mix, a big container of drinking water, some pots and utensils, a flashlight with extra batteries, a paperback novel, and a notebook. I wasn't planning to do anything special. Just sleep, go on walks, maybe think about life. I wanted stillness. I wanted nothingness. I thought that would fix me. The road to the cabin narrowed after the last gas station. Asphalt turned into gravel, then just dirt. I passed no other cars. Trees got taller, thicker, pressed close to the road. I started losing radio signal about an hour before I arrived. My GPS dropped completely 20 minutes after that. I had downloaded the map directions, thankfully, and followed them carefully. I kept checking the odometer and landmarks the owner listed. An old red barn, a broken wooden sign that once said Lakeview, a bent mail post with no house in sight. Finally, I turned onto the small trail that led to the cabin. It barely looked like a road, just 2 tire paths carved into the grass. The cabin appeared after a few minutes, sitting on a small rise just above the treeline, facing a narrow lake with gray water and reeds around the shore. The building itself was simple. Brown wood, 1 floor, a little porch with a bench, 1 window in front and 1 on the side. There was a small metal chimney on the roof and a woodpile stacked next to the cabin wall. The lake was maybe 200 feet away, quiet and still, with dense woods wrapping all around. I parked next to the cabin, turned off the engine, and just sat there for a minute. The silence hit me right away. No humming of air conditioners, no honking, no voices. Just wind through trees, soft and low. Felt good at first, like the world had paused, like I was in a pocket of time no one else could reach. The cabin door was unlocked, just as the owner had said. Inside was clean but plain. 1 main room with a bed, a small table and chair, some shelves, a wood stove, and a cooler that wasn't plugged into anything. There was a tiny separate space for a compost toilet and a rain barrel out back for washing. I unpacked, opened the windows to let fresh air in, and took a walk around the lake trail. It looped for maybe a mile, gently curving through the woods and coming back around to the cabin. I saw no people, no houses, no power lines, just birds, trees, the sound of wind in the pine needles. The first day passed quietly. I made some rice with canned beans, read for a bit, sat on the porch and watched the sky go from pale blue to orange to black. No stars at first, it was cloudy, and the darkness was thick. I used my flashlight sparingly and went to bed early. I heard nothing but the occasional owl or something moving in the underbrush. I woke up late the next morning, feeling rested. I made oatmeal and sat by the lake for an hour, skipping stones, watching the water. It was still peaceful. I did a bit of writing in my notebook. I wrote about how I'd forgotten what real quiet felt like. That evening, I lit a small fire in the fire pit and watched the flames, not thinking about anything. No emails, no edits, no deadlines. Just wind, stars, fire. By the third day, I started noticing things. Not weird things, just small details. The lake had no fish as far as I could tell. I tried watching the surface for hours, even dropped some crumbs in to see if anything would bite. Nothing. I didn't hear frogs or see ducks or geese. I thought that was strange. The trees around the lake were too dense in some places, with undergrowth thick like walls. Trails ended suddenly, choked with vines. The silence started to feel heavier. I kept looking around for something, not danger, just something alive. That night, I sat on the porch past midnight. The moon was full, but clouds kept passing over it. The forest was dark, too dark, even with the moonlight. I thought I saw movement near the edge of the trees, a quick flicker like someone ducking behind a trunk. I stared for a long time, but nothing moved again. I told myself it was a deer, or maybe a bear, even though I hadn't seen any scat or claw marks or anything like that since I got there. I started sleeping lighter. Every sound woke me up. I'd sit up in the dark, heart beating fast, ears straining. But there was never anything. No crunch of steps, no branches snapping, just the creak of the cabin or wind rattling the shutters. On the fifth day, I went farther down the path past the lake. I wanted to explore. I packed a snack and some water, and followed the dirt path that curved away behind the hill. It led deeper into the woods, where the trees grew so thick they blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled of moss and wet bark. About 2 miles in, I found something I didn't expect, an old campsite. The remains of one, anyway. There were rusted cans, a collapsed tent frame, a melted candle, and pieces of tarp tangled in the brush. It looked abandoned for years, but not ancient. I checked around. No bones, no clothes, just left behind. The fire pit had blackened stones, still arranged in a circle. Someone had stayed here for a while, maybe got bored, maybe moved on. Still, I felt uneasy. I left quickly, glancing over my shoulder more than once on the walk back. That night, the wind picked up hard. It howled through the trees and slammed against the cabin. I had to wedge the windows shut. I lay in bed, covers pulled up to my chin, listening to the storm outside. The stove crackled faintly, but it felt cold. I kept the flashlight next to me. Around 2 a.m., something tapped the window. Just once, light but sharp, like a fingertip. I didn't move for a long time. Eventually, I got up, turned the flashlight on, and shone it toward the window. Nothing was there. No marks. No footprints outside in the dirt when I checked in the morning. I told myself it was a branch. By the 6th day, I wanted to go home. I didn't care about the peace anymore. I missed noise. I missed people. But I had no cell service. No way to check the map. The way back wasn't simple. The trail to the main road had no signs, no clear markings. I knew I could find it. I'd driven in that way, but I kept getting this nervous feeling in my stomach whenever I thought about leaving. That evening, I packed my bag anyway. I didn't tell myself why. I just knew I didn't want to spend another night there. I went to bed early but barely slept. I kept hearing things. Little shifts, clicks, like weight settling on the porch wood. I thought about that abandoned campsite. I thought about the tapping. I kept the flashlight in my hand all night. Just before dawn, I heard footsteps. Not an animal, not wind. Clear, slow, heavy steps outside the cabin. I sat up in bed, heart thudding. The steps circled the cabin once, then paused. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I waited for the door to rattle or the window to break. Nothing happened. After what felt like an hour, the steps moved away into the woods. I stayed frozen until the sun came up. When light filled the sky, I grabbed my bag and left. I didn't lock the cabin. I didn't clean up. I just walked down the trail, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I reached my car and drove, tires skidding on dirt, then gravel, then pavement. I didn't stop until I reached a diner 2 hours away. When I finally got cell service, I had 39 unread emails, 12 missed calls, and a voice message from the cabin owner asking if I'd made it safely. I didn't reply. I didn't explain. I never figured out who or what walked around the cabin that night. Maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe it was someone living out in the woods. Someone who didn't want me there. Maybe that old campsite wasn't abandoned. Maybe it still belonged to someone. I never went back. I never rented another remote place again. And the worst part? Now, back in my city apartment, I keep the windows closed, even in summer. I sleep with a I had been working nonstop for over a year without a real break. Between the stress of my job and trying to keep everything in life together, I felt like I was running on fumes. So when I got the chance to take a full week off, no emails, no phone calls, nothing, just time away from everything, I grabbed it. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere far from people, traffic, and noise. I didn't want to stay in a hotel or a resort. I wanted peace. So I booked a cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana. I found the listing online. The pictures showed a small but clean wooden cabin with a front porch, surrounded by thick pine trees, with a lake about a 15-minute walk away. The description said there was no Wi-Fi, no TV, and no phone signal. That's exactly what I wanted. Just me and nature. I drove there alone. It took me almost 2 days, stopping overnight once to sleep at a cheap roadside motel. By the time I reached the trail that led to the cabin, I had already driven across miles of dense forest. The trail itself was rough, just wide enough for one vehicle, and completely silent except for the tires crunching over gravel and pine needles. When I arrived, I felt a strange mix of peace and nervousness. It was beautiful. The trees were so tall they blocked most of the sky. The air was cool and smelled like moss and bark. But there was something about being that far out alone that made me a little uneasy. Still, I told myself it was just nerves. I parked my car beside the cabin and stepped out. The cabin looked just like the pictures. One small wooden building, maybe 20 feet wide, with a sloped roof and a tiny porch with 2 old chairs. There was a single window in the front and a door made from heavy wood with black metal hinges. The key had been mailed to me a week earlier, so I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was simple inside, but nice enough. The front room had a small wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a shelf stocked with canned food and supplies. The back had a bedroom with a bed and a dresser, and a small bathroom with a compost toilet and a sink that worked off a hand pump. There was no electricity, just a couple of battery-powered lanterns and a big box of AA batteries on the shelf. I unpacked everything. I had brought some books, a notebook, a flashlight, and enough clothes and food for the week. I also had my old hiking boots and a few tools, just basic stuff like a knife, some rope, and a little hatchet. The place had a kind of worn but solid feel to it, like it had stood there for a long time and had seen every kind of weather. That first day, I walked to the lake and back. The trail was overgrown in places but easy enough to follow. The water was cold and clear. I sat by the edge for a long time, listening to birds and wind in the trees. When I got back to the cabin, I cooked a simple meal over the propane stove, ate in silence, then went to bed early. That night, I slept hard. No city noise, no phones, just the sound of wind. The second day went the same way. I explored the woods a little more. I found a small stream not far from the cabin and followed it for a while. I saw deer, a fox, and even a black bear far off in the trees. It didn't notice me. That night, I stayed up later, reading by lantern light. I had a small radio with me, the kind that runs on batteries and only picks up local signals. I turned it on just to see if I could get anything. All I got was static. On the third day, things started to feel strange. I had walked down to the lake again early in the morning. I spent about 2 hours sitting there, then headed back. But as I walked, I saw something off the trail. At first I thought it was an animal, but it was too still. I stopped and looked. It was a tree stump with deep marks on it. Not natural ones. Straight cuts, like from a knife or blade, dug deep into the wood. The bark around the cuts was chipped and peeled away. It looked fresh. I walked closer and knelt down. The cuts were deep and angry, all crisscrossed like someone had just gone at it with a blade. I stood up and looked around. The forest was silent, too silent. No birds, no rustling. I waited a few minutes, just listening, but nothing moved. Back at the cabin, I kept thinking about those cuts. Why would someone do that out here? There were no other cabins around for miles. I checked the windows and door again before going to bed that night. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt unsettled, like I wasn't alone. That night, I woke up to a noise, a thump, then another. I sat up in bed and listened. The thumping came again, slow and steady, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I held my breath. It sounded like it was coming from the back wall, right behind the bedroom. I stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, but eventually, the sound stopped. I didn't hear anything else, and I must have fallen asleep again sometime after. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. I looked at the back wall, the one behind where I sleep. There were 3 deep dents in the wood, about shoulder height. Fresh. The wood was split where something had hit it hard. I touched one and felt a splinter slide into my finger. It was real, not a dream. I looked for footprints but didn't see any. The ground was soft, covered in moss and dead pine needles. Maybe it had been an animal, I told myself, but it felt too deliberate, too strong. A bear doesn't hit a wall 3 times and stop. I started locking the door now, even when I was inside. I kept the lantern and flashlight close. I carried the hatchet with me, even just going to the lake. I didn't see anyone else, but I started noticing more strange things in the woods. Trees with bark stripped in long lines. A dead rabbit hung by its back legs from a branch, like someone had tied it there. It hadn't been eaten, just left hanging. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing things outside. Twigs snapping, a low rustling. At one point, I thought I saw movement through the small front window. Just a shape low to the ground passing by. But it was too dark to tell. By the 5th day, I was done pretending everything was fine. Something was out there. Maybe someone. I decided I would leave the next morning. I packed everything but left it inside. I didn't want to hike the trail back to the road in the dark. That night, I barely slept at all. Around 3 a.m., I heard the sound again. This time, it wasn't thumping, it was dragging, like something being pulled slowly across the wooden porch outside. I sat up in bed, heart racing. The sound moved from one end of the porch to the other. Then it stopped. I waited. Silence. Then a new sound. Breathing. I swear I could hear breathing just outside the window. Deep, slow, steady. Like someone standing right outside, staring in. I didn't move for hours. I just sat there, frozen, gripping the flashlight and the hatchet, staring at the dark shape of the window. When morning came, the breathing was gone. I crept outside. On the porch was a long drag mark, like something heavy had been pulled across it. The dirt off the edge of the porch was disturbed. I followed the drag mark with my eyes until it disappeared into the woods. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to leave. I threw my gear into my backpack, didn't eat, didn't even wash my face. I locked the cabin behind me even though it didn't matter. I started down the trail, walking fast. About halfway to the road, I saw something ahead. At first, I thought it was just a fallen log. But as I got closer, I saw it was something else. It was a bag, a big duffel bag, dark green, sitting right in the middle of the trail. It hadn't been there before. I would have seen it. I stopped and stared at it. Then I heard something to my left. Quick movement in the trees. Not big, not like a bear. Human size. I didn't go near the bag. I stepped around it wide and kept moving fast. I didn't look back. I walked the rest of the way to the car without stopping. I unlocked it with shaking hands and threw my stuff inside. When I turned the key, the engine took a second to start, and I almost lost it. But it finally turned over, and I backed out fast. I didn't stop driving until I hit the nearest town. I pulled into a gas station, walked inside, and just stood there for a while. I hadn't seen another person in nearly a week. The woman behind the counter asked if I was okay. I nodded. I bought coffee, gas, and got back on the road. I never reported anything. I didn't know what I would say. There were marks on trees and someone breathed outside my window. It wasn't enough. I hadn't seen anyone clearly. I hadn't been hurt, but I knew someone had been out there, watching, following, maybe more than one person. I never went back. I deleted the listing and threw the key away. That trip was supposed to give me peace. But now, every time I hear a branch snap outside at night, I freeze. I double-check the locks before I sleep. I don't go camping anymore. I don't hike alone. Something followed me in those woods. Or maybe it lived there, waiting for someone to come too far from help. Someone like me. That cabin is still out there. Alone. Quiet. Empty. But I know it's not really empty. And I know that whatever was out there that week is still waiting. I decided to take a break from everything for a while. Work was draining me. The constant traffic, the loud neighbors, and the pressure of always checking my phone had been eating at me for months. I felt like I was slowly disappearing. Like every day I was becoming more numb. My boss gave me 2 weeks off and I didn't tell many people where I was going. I just packed up my old SUV, loaded some supplies in the back, and drove 5 hours north into the forested mountains where my uncle used to have a small hunting cabin. He hadn't used it in years. After he passed, it went to my dad, and eventually, after the family stopped visiting, no one touched it. The place sat quiet in the woods, halfway up a hill, with no cell signal and no running water. There was a wood stove, a small kitchen with an old propane tank, and a single bed that creaked when you sat on it. No electricity except a small solar panel that barely powered a single bulb. That was fine with me. I wasn't there for luxury. I wanted quiet. I wanted to be away from people. I got there late in the afternoon, just before the sun dipped behind the trees. The dirt road that led to the cabin had a few fallen branches on it, and the place looked even older than I remembered. The wooden siding was weathered gray, and the small porch sagged a little at the corner. I had to wrestle the door open because the wood had swollen from years of moisture. Inside, it smelled like dust, mouse droppings, and old cedar. I aired it out, swept the floor, checked the cupboards for anything rotten, and unpacked my stuff. By the time I sat down, the sun had dropped and the forest outside had gone still. The quiet out there wasn't peaceful like I thought it'd be. It was heavy, thick, the kind of quiet that makes your own heartbeat feel loud. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing creaks, wood shifting, small knocks, maybe pine cones falling on the roof. I kept the axe I brought next to the bed, just in case, even though I told myself there was nothing out there. The next morning, I woke up early and started cutting firewood. There was a small clearing behind the cabin that opened up into thicker woods. The ground there was uneven and full of rocks, but I noticed something strange as I was dragging fallen branches toward the chopping block. There was this square patch behind the cabin, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, where the ground was darker than the rest. The grass was patchy, the dirt was softer, almost like it had been turned recently, but that didn't make sense. No one had been up here for years, as far as I knew. First, I ignored it. I told myself maybe it was where someone used to dump ashes from the old fire pit. But every time I passed by it with an arm full of wood, it kept drawing my eyes. Something about it was too neat, too square, like someone had dug something up and then covered it again. That night, I stayed inside, cooked some beans on the propane stove, and tried reading. I kept thinking about that square of earth behind the cabin. Around midnight, I got up, went outside, and stood near it with my flashlight. The dirt looked even darker under the beam. I poked at it with a stick, then stomped on it. The ground gave a little, softer than the rest. The next morning, I brought out the shovel. I wasn't expecting to find anything, really. Maybe some garbage someone buried or old tools. But about a foot down, the soil changed. It went from loose and dark to something more compact and pale. And there was a smell, not strong, but sharp, metallic, earth mixed with something else. I kept going. By the third foot, I hit something solid. At first, I thought it was a rock, but when I cleared the dirt, I saw it was wood. Old, splintering wood, packed in tight. I dug around it and realized it was a box. Not a big one, maybe 2 feet wide, 3 feet long, and deep enough to hold something important. The top had been nailed shut. Took me nearly an hour to dig it out fully and drag it to the back porch. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't feel like I should be opening it, but I had come this far. I pried it open with the claw of the hammer I'd brought. Inside were bones. Not animal bones. Human bones. They were wrapped in what looked like an old tarp or plastic sheet, brittle and yellowing. The skull was near the top, resting at a strange angle. It had a clean break across the temple. The rest of the skeleton was disorganized, like it had been stuffed in carelessly. Alongside it was a small plastic bag. Inside were pieces of old fabric, a button, and a wristwatch that had stopped ticking a long time ago. I didn't touch it after that. I backed away and sat down on the steps of the porch, staring at the trees for a long time. This changed everything. I thought about hiking back to where I parked my SUV and driving to the nearest sheriff's office. But that was hours away, and I didn't know what kind of cell signal I'd get on the way. I figured I'd wait till morning, maybe write down where I found it, take some photos for proof. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Every noise felt different now. Every sound in the woods made my chest tighten. What if someone had buried that body recently? What if they were still coming back here? What if they saw me digging it up? I sat inside with my axe in my lap and the solar-powered light dimming above me. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I kept thinking about the bones, about the wristwatch, the crack in the skull. Morning couldn't come fast enough. But when it did, I noticed something strange. Around the back of the cabin, near the spot where I'd been digging, there were fresh boot prints in the dirt. I hadn't seen them yesterday. They were deep, clearly made when the ground was still soft. And they weren't mine. The tread was different. I wore hiking boots. These were more like work boots. Someone else had been here. I didn't wait after that. I packed up everything I could fit into the SUV and threw the tarp back over the box. I took pictures of the bones, the box, the prints. I wrote down everything I remembered in a notebook and left it on the kitchen table just in case something happened to me. Driving down the mountain road felt like it took forever. Every twist in the road made me check my rearview mirror. I kept waiting to see someone following me. Eventually, I got to a gas station that had a signal and I called the police. I told them what I found and where I found it. I drove to the nearest town and gave them the pictures. They took it seriously. A couple of officers followed me back up to the cabin later that day. When we got there, the box was gone. The hole was still there, and the disturbed dirt was obvious, but the box was gone. No bones, no tarp, nothing. I showed them the photos, the notebook, the prints. They didn't say much, but they took it all. They said they'd investigate. Said someone might have known I was up there and came back for it after I left. I never went back to that cabin. Weeks later, a detective called me. They said they searched the area, dug up most of the ground behind the cabin, even used cadaver dogs. Nothing. The prints were washed out by rain. The box never turned up. The only thing they had were my photos and the memory card I gave them. They said they'd keep it open as a cold case, but there wasn't enough to go on. I kept checking the news for a while. I thought maybe I'd see something about a missing person or a case reopened, but nothing came. Sometimes I wonder if I was being watched, if someone had seen me digging, if they waited for me to leave. Maybe they'd buried that body a long time ago and thought no one would ever find it. Maybe they had been using that cabin too, when no one was around. I don't know who it was. I don't know why the box was there or who the person was. But I know what I saw. I know what I dug up. And I know that someone didn't want it to be found. I moved to a new city after that, somewhere far away. I don't hike much anymore. I don't camp. I don't go anywhere I can't see all four walls or make a quick call. Every now and then, I dream about the box. I dream about digging and the smell of the earth and the way the skull looked with that crack down the side. I think about the watch and who used to wear it. I think about the prints in the dirt and how fresh they looked. And I wonder if the person who left them is still out there, watching, waiting for someone else to dig too deep. I had been feeling burned out for months. Work had started to feel like a loop. Emails, meetings, late nights, barely any weekends to myself. I had grown tired of the sound of traffic, the mess of neon lights bleeding into my apartment through the blinds, the feeling of concrete under my shoes every day. So when I found a listing online for a small cabin out in the woods, 2 hours away from the city, I booked it for 10 full days. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no people. Just trees, a lake nearby, and a wood-burning stove. That was exactly what I wanted. I thought getting away from everything would help me breathe again. The drive up there was quiet. I left early, before sunrise, and by the time I was heading into the deeper parts of the forest, the sun had just crested over the horizon. Long shadows stretched over the two-lane road as it narrowed, eventually turning to gravel. My car, an old Honda with a noisy engine, rumbled along while leaves blew across the windshield. I passed maybe 1 or 2 trucks going the other way, but otherwise it felt like the road belonged to me alone. By the time I reached the cabin, it was just past 10 a.m. The place looked even more isolated than the pictures showed. There were no other buildings in sight, and the trees were thick, tall, and quiet all around the clearing. The driveway was a curved strip of dirt and gravel, mostly covered in pine needles. I turned off the car, and for a second I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring at the place. The cabin wasn't big, just 1 floor, wooden siding that had gone a little gray from age, and a sloped metal roof that still had some moss clinging to the corners. There was a small front porch with a single wooden chair and a chipped railing, and to the side, I noticed a stack of firewood under a tarp. It looked like no one had been here in a while, which was fine with me. I grabbed my backpack, a few bags of groceries, and the keys I got from a lockbox hanging from the porch railing. The air smelled cold and earthy, like damp bark and old leaves. Everything was quiet, except for the faint rustling of wind in the trees. No cars, no voices, no buzz of city noise. It was strange how quiet it really was. Inside, the cabin was simple. 1 main room with a couch, a stone fireplace, and a small kitchen area to the side with an old fridge and a sink. Off the main room was a door that led to a bedroom and another that led to a small bathroom. Wooden floors creaked under my boots, and dust floated in the sunlight that came through the window. There was no TV, no radio, not even a clock on the wall. Just the ticking of time in my head. That was part of the appeal, though. I was here to unplug. I put my things away, swept the porch, and settled in. The first night was quiet. I made a small fire in the stove, cooked some pasta on the gas burner, and sat on the couch reading an old book I brought. There was no sound outside except for the trees shifting slightly in the wind. It was peaceful, even if a little too quiet. The second day, I walked down the path that led to the lake. It was about a 10-minute walk through the woods, downhill, with tree roots crossing the path like veins. The lake was beautiful, still water reflecting the sky, birds flying low across the surface. I sat on a log near the water for maybe an hour, just listening. I even took a few photos, though I couldn't upload them to anything. It felt good to just be there, away from everything. That night, something felt different. I had made a fire, ate dinner, and was reading again when I started to get a feeling like I was being watched. It wasn't anything I could explain. There was no noise, nothing outside the window, but I couldn't shake it. I checked all the locks and closed the curtains, even though I knew no one was out there. It was just the woods. But I left the lights on in the main room when I went to bed, which I hadn't done the first night. I told myself it was just me adjusting to the quiet. City noise had always been like a blanket, and here there was nothing. The third day, I stayed near the cabin. I chopped some wood, walked around the clearing, and made notes in a journal I'd brought with me. I kept thinking about the night before, how I had felt watched, even though it made no sense. I figured I was just spooking myself out, too used to living in a place where people are always around. But later that afternoon, I found something strange behind the cabin. There was a tree about 30 feet into the woods, and near the base of it was a small pile of rocks. Not a natural pile either. They were stacked, 5 flat stones balanced on top of each other. I stood there staring at it for a while. It wasn't some ancient marker, just a weird little pile. But it hadn't been there when I walked around the place the day before. I would have seen it. I didn't touch it. I just turned around and walked back toward the cabin, a little faster than before. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the rocks, about how someone had to have put them there, and that meant someone had been nearby. Maybe it was an old leftover from a hiker or another guest who stayed here. But it didn't sit right. The woods didn't feel empty anymore. The next morning, I woke up and found small prints in the dirt near the porch. Not animal prints. Bare feet. Human. No shoes. They weren't big, probably an adult, but not large. The prints led around the side of the cabin and disappeared into the woods. There weren't many of them, just 4 or 5, but it made my chest tighten. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. They were clear as day, fresh too. The ground was soft from rain the night before. Whoever had come through had been there while I was sleeping, and they hadn't knocked, hadn't done anything, just walked around and left. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I had told myself I was here to disconnect. Maybe it was just someone curious or even a ranger. Still, I kept the hatchet I'd been using for firewood next to the couch that night. That was the 5th night. That's when things really started to go wrong. I woke up at around 2 a.m. to a noise outside. It wasn't loud, just a thud, like something bumped the porch. I sat up in bed and listened. My heart started beating faster. There was no wind, no rain, just the stillness of night. And that single noise. I got out of bed slowly and moved to the living room. The fire had burned down to low embers. I grabbed the hatchet and turned off the light. I stood near the window, but I didn't pull the curtain. I just listened. Another noise, closer this time. A soft scrape on the side of the wall, just outside. I didn't move. I stood there holding my breath. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were just circling. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. By morning, there were more prints, still barefoot. Now they went around the entire cabin. Whoever it was had walked slowly around the place sometime in the night while I was in bed. I wanted to leave. I really did. But part of me didn't want to admit I was scared. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was a local playing a prank. Maybe it was a drifter who didn't mean harm. But I felt like I was being studied. That day, I didn't go far. I sat on the porch with the hatchet close by and tried to act like I wasn't waiting for something. Hours passed. The sun went down. That night, I didn't sleep either. I sat in the chair near the fireplace with all the lights off, just staring at the front door. It was dead quiet outside. But just before dawn, I saw movement through the curtain. I only saw it for a second, a shadow across the window. Someone standing just out of view. Not knocking, not speaking, just standing there, then gone. That was the last straw. As soon as the sun came up, I packed everything. I loaded the car and didn't even stop to eat breakfast. I was done. I left the keys on the counter, locked the door, and started driving. About 20 minutes down the gravel road, I saw something in the trees off to the side. Just a flash of movement. A person, barefoot, standing between the trunks. Thin arms hanging down, unmoving. I didn't stop. I didn't look again. I kept driving. When I got back to the city, it felt loud and safe in a way I hadn't felt before. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't post about it. I just went back to my apartment, turned on the TV, and left every single light on that night. A few weeks later, I looked up the listing for that cabin. It was gone, removed completely. I tried searching for it through the rental site history, but there was nothing, not even the host's name. I still think about that week sometimes. I think about those prints in the dirt, the rock pile, The shadow at the window. I don't know who it was or what they wanted, but I know they were watching me the entire time. And the scariest part of all, they never tried to hurt me. They just wanted me to know they were there. It started as a break. I wanted to get away from everything. The work stress, the noise of the city, the same faces, the constant push of days that never gave space to think. I had some savings and a few vacation days left, and I figured if I didn't take them now, I'd lose them. So I rented a cabin up in the mountains of northern Idaho. I didn't know anyone out there, which was exactly the point. I needed quiet. The cabin looked great in pictures. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, wood-burning stove, and an old but working generator out back in case power went out. It was right near a lake and surrounded by trees, with the closest neighbor said to be at least a mile away. That sounded perfect to me. I didn't want neighbors, didn't want noise, and didn't want anyone knocking on the door. The drive out was long, about 13 hours total from where I lived in Central Oregon. The last few miles were just a single dirt road that twisted upward, one side cliffs, the other nothing but trees so thick the sun barely got through. I remember thinking as I drove up that I hadn't seen another car for at least 30 minutes. When I finally arrived, it was just getting dark. The air was cold and dry, and the sky was already a dark blue turning to black. The cabin stood at the end of a gravel path, about 30 feet off the edge of the lake. The roof looked weathered, and there were a few cracks along the bottom of the front wall, but it felt solid when I stepped up onto the porch. Inside, the cabin was just as I'd hoped. Nothing fancy, but clean. A small bed pushed up against the wall in the corner, a fireplace made of river stones, a creaky but working kitchen, and a narrow hallway that led to a bathroom and storage closet. The place smelled like old pine and something burnt, probably from the fireplace. I dropped my bags, turned on the single overhead light, and stood in the middle of the room for a moment. I could hear nothing. Not a single car, no voices, not even birds. Just wind brushing the windows. I was alone. The first night was quiet. I didn't even unpack everything. I made a simple dinner with what I brought, read for a while in bed, and fell asleep faster than I had in weeks. The next few days went smooth. I chopped some firewood out back, walked the lake's edge each morning, and started sleeping deeper than I could remember. I woke up rested. I didn't check my phone more than once a day. I didn't even think about work. I ate simply, wrote in a notebook just to keep my thoughts straight, and sat on the porch at night staring into the woods or watching the stars come out. I think I smiled more in those first 3 days than I had in months. But it was the 4th night things changed. I had been chopping some wood before dinner. It was colder that day, and the wind had picked up earlier than usual. I remember I was carrying a load of logs back to the porch when I thought I heard something deeper in the woods. It wasn't loud, just a dull crunch, like someone stepping on thick leaves. At first, I ignored it. Could have been a deer or some other animal. There were plenty of tracks around the back of the cabin. I'd seen rabbits, even a fox once, but no bears or anything big. But the sound came again, slower this time. A single step, then nothing. I stood still, holding the wood in my arms, and looked out toward the trees. The sun was just about gone. I waited, listening. Nothing. I told myself it was just an animal and went inside. But I locked the door that night. I hadn't done that before. Around midnight, I woke up for no clear reason. No dream, no noise, nothing that I could remember. I just opened my eyes and felt wide awake. The room was cold, colder than before, and the power was out. The overhead light I usually kept on in the kitchen was dark. I hadn't heard the generator go off, but I figured maybe it had run out of fuel. I got out of bed and pulled on a jacket, then lit a candle from the nightstand and walked to the window. The moon was half full and bright enough to see the lake. Everything looked still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just that the power was out. The silence was different, heavier, like something was waiting outside. I didn't sleep well after that. Every creak of the cabin made me sit up. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but I told myself it was a trick of the light or my tired eyes. I waited until sunrise before going out to check the generator. It had fuel. I tried to restart it, but nothing happened. No clicks, no power, nothing. It wasn't a big deal, I told myself. I still had a few flashlights, some candles, and enough food. I could deal with no power for a few days. But that morning, I noticed something strange near the edge of the woods behind the cabin. I was dumping some trash into the fire pit when I saw them. Footprints. Bare human footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked out there barefoot. It was too cold for that. And these prints were fresh, maybe less than a day old. The edges were still crisp in the dirt and thin patches of snow. They led from the trees to the side of the cabin, right up near the back wall, and then back into the forest. I froze. My stomach dropped. I looked around, listened, but heard nothing. Not even birds. I checked the cabin's back door, which I never used. Still locked. Windows were closed. No sign anyone had gotten in. I told myself maybe they were old, or maybe I was overreacting. That afternoon, I stayed inside. I pushed a chair under the doorknob even though the door had a deadbolt. I kept my knife in my pocket. I tried reading, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking out the window. The woods didn't feel peaceful anymore. They felt like they were hiding something. That night, I barely slept. I stayed in bed with a flashlight in my hand and one ear turned toward the walls. I kept imagining the sound of footsteps, the crunch of leaves, the scrape of something against wood. I didn't hear any of it clearly, but I felt it, like something was circling the cabin, just out of view. The next morning, more footprints. This time, they were in front of the cabin, near the porch. Whoever it was had come closer. The prints didn't stop at the porch, they walked across it, right up to the front door. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I didn't want to believe it, but they were there. The toes, the heel, even the small cracks in the ball of the foot. Whoever was doing this had been right outside the door while I was inside, asleep or pretending to be. I checked my phone. No signal, not even one bar. I hadn't used it much out there, and now it was useless. I thought about driving down the mountain, getting help, reporting it, but I hesitated. I didn't want to leave the cabin and come back to find it broken into. I didn't want to go outside and run into whoever was doing this. I lasted one more night. That evening, I put a kitchen chair under every door handle. I blocked the hallway with the dresser. I turned off all lights, sat in the dark with my flashlight and knife, and waited. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it. The porch creaked, slowly, like weight shifting, like someone stepping lightly. Then a soft tap. Not a knock, just a light tap, barely audible. Then another. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. More tapping. A slow scrape. Then silence. I stayed frozen for hours. When the sun finally came up, I opened the door. The footprints were back. Deeper this time. Whoever it was had stood there for a while, just standing, then turned and walked away. That was it for me. I packed everything I could into my backpack, grabbed my keys, and left that morning. I didn't clean up, didn't check the generator again. I locked the door behind me out of habit, knowing it wouldn't matter. As I drove down the dirt road, I didn't look back at the cabin. I drove until I got a signal on my phone. Then I called the local sheriff, told him everything. He was quiet on the line for a moment, then told me something that made my stomach knot. He said they'd gotten similar reports before, not often, maybe once every year or so. Someone stays in a remote rental cabin, usually alone, starts seeing footprints, loses power, gets spooked, leaves early. They've never caught anyone. No one ever sees a face. No one ever hears a voice, just the signs. He asked if I wanted to file a formal report. I told him no. I just wanted to go home. I never went back to that cabin. The owner refunded me for the remaining days, no questions asked. I never asked him anything either. I didn't want to know if he'd heard it before. I didn't want to know if someone else had stayed after me. Months passed. I tried not to think about it. I threw out the clothes I wore that week. Didn't tell anyone the full story, just said the trip was cut short. Even now, I still check behind me when I walk alone. I keep a flashlight in every room. I double lock every door. But sometimes, when it's quiet, I still remember the sound. That slow, soft tap, right outside the door. And I wonder how long they stood there, waiting, watching, barefoot in the cold. I took a break from the city after working 16 months without a real day off. I was tired of traffic, phones, screens, noise, and people. I wanted stillness. So I rented a cabin up north, deep in a wooded valley that barely had any cell reception. It was the kind of place where you had to drive 30 minutes just to get gas. The nearest town was only 1 street long, and the grocery store there closed at 5 p.m. sharp. The cabin was old but kept up well. It had a metal roof and wide porch. Inside was simple: a small kitchen, a bedroom, a living room with a wood stove, and a back deck that looked out over trees that seemed to go on forever. No internet, no TV, no one around for what felt like miles. It was exactly what I needed. The owner met me when I arrived, handed me the keys, and showed me how to use the generator in case the power went out, which apparently happened a lot. After that, he drove off and I stood alone on the porch, watching the dust trail behind his truck disappear into the woods. The first night was peaceful. I grilled some food outside, watched the sunset, and listened to nothing but crickets and wind in the trees. I slept with the windows open and heard owls hooting in the distance. No traffic, no sirens, just quiet. The second day, I spent hiking one of the trails that started right behind the cabin. It went straight up into the woods, curved along a ridge, and eventually dropped into a small clearing with a stream. I sat on a flat rock, dipped my feet in the cold water, and just sat there for hours doing nothing. I came back to the cabin around 4 p.m. and noticed something that made me stop for a second. A white pickup truck was parked at the edge of the clearing near the tree line, about 30 yards from the cabin. It wasn't the same truck the owner had. This one was older, with some rust along the sides and a faded bumper sticker I couldn't make out. I didn't see anyone in it. The engine wasn't running. I stood still for a minute, trying to think if maybe someone else rented another cabin nearby. But the owner told me clearly that there weren't any other cabins on this side of the valley. Mine was the only one for at least 6 miles in any direction. I watched the truck for another few minutes. Nothing moved. No doors opened. No one stepped out. No sound. After a while, I figured maybe someone came up to hunt or hike and parked there. Still, it felt weird. I went inside and tried to forget about it. That night, I cooked pasta and read a book until it got too dark to see. I checked outside with a flashlight before going to bed, and the truck was still there, parked in the same spot, unmoved. The next morning, I got up and checked again. Still there. I stared at it from the window over the sink, brushing my teeth slowly. It hadn't moved even an inch. That's when I started getting uneasy. It's not that a truck in the woods is automatically scary, but a truck that just sits there for almost 20 hours with no sign of a person nearby starts to feel wrong, especially when you're completely alone and the nearest law enforcement is 40 minutes away. I walked outside and stood on the porch, arms crossed. Still no movement, no sound, nothing. I decided to walk down the trail a bit, not toward the truck, but just away from the cabin to clear my head. I took the trail to the stream again, sat on the same flat rock and watched the water. I stayed out there for maybe 3 hours. When I came back, the truck was still there. Now I knew something wasn't right. At that point, it had been sitting in the same exact spot for more than a full day. If it was a hiker or camper, they'd have returned by now. The cabin wasn't advertised to the public. You had to know about it. So what was someone doing parked that close to it for so long? I kept the doors locked that night. I sat on the couch with the lights off and watched through the front window, hoping to see someone get into the truck, drive off, do anything. But it never moved. At one point, maybe around midnight, I thought I saw movement in the trees behind the truck, just a shadow or a flicker, but I couldn't be sure. I stared hard into the darkness for a long time, but saw nothing else. The next morning, I decided to call the owner. I had to drive out a few miles to get cell reception. I parked near a bend in the road and got 1 bar. I called twice. No answer. I sent a text telling him about the truck. He never replied. I drove back to the cabin, slowly, watching both sides of the road. When I pulled up, I saw it again, the same white truck, same spot, still there, still unmoved. But this time I saw something different. The back passenger door, the one on the side facing away from the cabin, was slightly open. That door had been shut before. I was sure of it. I'd stared at that truck for hours. Now it was open just a few inches, enough that you could almost miss it, but not quite. I didn't go near it. I didn't even step off the porch. I stayed inside the cabin that day, curtains drawn, all doors locked. I didn't cook anything. I didn't listen to music. I sat quietly, just listening. I tried to read, but couldn't focus. Every hour or so I peeked out the window. That door stayed open. At nightfall, I turned off all the lights and sat in the kitchen with a small flashlight. Around 11 p.m., I heard something outside, very faint. It sounded like branches snapping, light soft, not close, but moving, slow. It went on for maybe 5 or 6 minutes, then stopped. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning, I stepped out onto the porch and almost dropped the coffee mug I was holding. There were footprints, big ones, heavy. They went from the back of the truck into the trees around the side of the cabin and then back again, like someone had walked a full circle around the place while I slept. But that wasn't the worst part. Right in front of the porch, in the middle of the dirt path, sat a crumpled candy wrapper. It was fresh, shiny, clean. I hadn't brought any candy. It wasn't there the day before. That was the moment my stomach dropped. Someone had been that close to the cabin while I was inside, close enough to drop something right in front of the porch. And now they were watching. I felt it. I didn't see them, but I felt them. I packed my bag in 15 minutes flat. I shoved everything into the trunk, started the car, and backed out fast. I didn't even look at the truck. I just drove. But not far down the road, I saw something that made me slam the brakes. The same white truck. It was parked on the side of the road now, about half a mile from the cabin, just sitting there, facing the direction I had come from, like it had moved after I left. But I never saw it drive past. I checked my mirrors, kept the car running. I waited a full 2 minutes, engine idling. Then I floored it. I didn't stop driving until I hit the gas station in the next town. I pulled in, parked beside the pump, and just sat there with the engine off, staring at my hands. Eventually, I told the clerk what I saw. He didn't seem surprised, just nodded and said something like, "Yeah, stuff happens up in those woods. People go out there and don't always come back." I drove home that day, never looked back. A few weeks later, I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer. No voicemail. That night, I checked my phone again. One new message. It was just a picture, a photo of the cabin, taken from the tree line. At night, the porch light was on. I hadn't left it on. Ending clear and detailed. After that photo, I changed my number, deleted every booking app, moved apartments, told everyone I just needed a fresh start. I stopped hiking, stopped going out of town. I even bought blackout curtains for my windows. That photo never left my mind. It was proof someone had been out there, close, watching. I never found out who drove the truck or why they were there. Police didn't care. They just said if nothing was stolen or damaged, there was nothing they could do. But I know someone was watching me. I know someone walked around that cabin. I know they left that wrapper. I haven't been back to the woods since. I won't. And sometimes, late at night when I'm sitting in my apartment, blinds closed, lights off, I still think about that picture. The angle of it, the way it was taken from behind a tree, the way the porch light glowed. And I wonder, how many more pictures did they take? And where are they now? I had been needing a break for a long time. Life in the city had gotten too loud, too chaotic, too much. My job had been grinding me down, day after day, until everything felt like noise and routine. I needed silence. Not the kind you get with noise-canceling headphones or sleeping with the window closed, but real silence. The kind that creeps into your bones and makes you feel like the world has stopped moving. So I decided to take a week off and head up north to a cabin I found through a listing on a forum for outdoor enthusiasts. It wasn't on Airbnb, wasn't advertised on any travel sites. It was a simple post, * private off-grid cabin. No power, no internet, no neighbors. 6 miles from the nearest road. For those who want total disconnection. * That sounded like exactly what I needed. The guy who posted it had a name I don't remember now. He responded to my email with brief directions, a GPS coordinate, and a note that said I should bring enough food, water, and gear because the nearest town is over an hour away, and there's no cell service out there. That wasn't a problem for me. I wanted it to be that way. I packed everything carefully. A big hiking pack with food for a week, canned stuff, rice, protein bars, instant coffee. 2 big jugs of water, my camping stove, a solar lantern, extra batteries, a small first aid kit, a book I'd been meaning to read, a knife, some rope, a sleeping bag. I also brought a journal and a pen, thinking maybe I'd write down some thoughts during the week. The cabin was supposed to have a bed and wood stove, but I figured it was better to over-prepare. I drove up through winding roads for hours. Forest swallowed everything around me. The GPS started acting weird once I left the main highway, but I had printed directions just in case. I reached a dead-end road, parked on a wide gravel turnoff, locked my car, and threw my pack on. The hike was slow, mostly uphill, and the trail wasn't marked. Just vague indicators like, follow the ridgeline west for a quarter mile, then descend into a shallow gully. I kept checking the GPS coordinates and comparing them to the landmarks the guy had described. It took me nearly 3 hours, but eventually I saw it through the trees. A single-story log cabin with a slanted metal roof, a small chimney poking out the top, and a little front porch. No lights, no signs of life, just the quiet rustle of wind through pine trees and the occasional bird call. It looked like it had been there for decades. Weathered wood, moss on the shingles, faded steps. But it wasn't falling apart. It looked solid. I stepped onto the porch and found a big iron key under a rock next to the door, just like he said. I opened it slowly. The air inside smelled like old wood, dust, and a faint scent of something like cedar smoke. It was one big room, mostly. To the left was a bed with a mattress and wool blanket. To the right was a wood stove with a small stack of chopped logs beside it. A little table with 2 chairs sat under a window, and a cabinet on the far wall had some canned food, matches, candles, and a few cast iron pans. A wooden ladder led up to a loft, probably just storage space. I dropped my pack, took off my boots, and sat on the edge of the bed. It was quiet, not just silent, but still. There were no cars, no distant hum of power lines, no phones buzzing. Just the faint creak of old wood settling and the ticking of my watch. I felt like I could finally breathe. The first night was peaceful. I made a small fire in the stove, cooked some rice and beans, and sat by the window reading. I turned in early, falling asleep in the strange stillness, not even needing earplugs like I usually did in the city. The next morning, I got up early and stepped outside with my coffee. There was a mist hanging low over the trees, and everything felt damp and cold. I decided to walk around the area a bit, just to get familiar with the surroundings. The cabin sat in a shallow clearing, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded on all sides by thick forest. The trees were old, tall pines, dense underbrush, rocks scattered here and there. I saw no trails, no paths, no sign anyone had been around recently. That was what I wanted. I spent the day chopping some firewood from a fallen tree, reading, writing a little in my journal. I didn't hear anything strange that day. No animals, no rustling, just the wind in the trees. But something felt off that night. When I went to bed, I thought I heard a faint creaking noise outside. At first, I figured it was just the wind pushing the trees, or maybe the wooden porch expanding in the cool air. But it wasn't a natural rhythm. It sounded like slow, deliberate steps, maybe 2 or 3 of them, then silence. I sat up in bed and listened, my ears strained. Nothing. Eventually, I told myself it had to be an animal. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. They were common in these woods. Still, I reached into my pack and pulled out the large hunting knife I had brought, just in case. I set it on the floor next to the bed and tried to sleep again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for prints. I didn't find any. The ground was soft, covered in pine needles and damp leaves, but no clear impressions. That didn't mean much. It could have rained slightly overnight, or the ground might just not hold prints well. Still, something stayed in the back of my mind the whole day. I didn't go far from the cabin. I stayed close, chopping more wood, reading, making food. Every now and then, I felt like I was being watched. I would pause and look out into the trees, trying to spot movement, but the forest stayed still. That night, the creaking came back. Started around midnight. I woke up in the dark, not sure what had stirred me, but then I heard it again. One slow step, then another. It wasn't fast or loud, just the quiet sound of something heavy moving across the porch. Then a pause, then another step. I didn't move. I stayed completely still, breathing through my nose, my heart pounding. I didn't dare look at the window. I didn't want to see anything there. I told myself again, animal, maybe a bear. That would explain the slow, heavy steps. But a bear wouldn't walk so deliberately, and it wouldn't stop and stand still for minutes at a time. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. Not violently, not like someone trying to force it, just a soft, quiet rattle, like someone testing to see if it was locked. I sat up slowly and reached for the knife again. I didn't make a sound. My eyes were adjusting to the dark, and I could barely make out the outline of the door. I waited. No more movement, no more sounds. Eventually, after what felt like forever, I heard the steps again, but this time moving away. Soft creaks on the porch, then the faint sound of leaves crunching as something stepped off into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat up in bed with the knife in my hand, watching the door until dawn started to lighten the window. When it was bright enough to see clearly, I went outside. My stomach felt sick, and my skin was clammy from fear. I didn't find any signs, no tracks, no broken branches, nothing out of place. I thought hard about what to do. I was 6 miles from my car, and from there another hour and a half to the nearest town. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard anything human except that doorknob. I checked it again, it was locked. I debated whether to leave. I still had food and water, and part of me didn't want to run from something that might have just been in my head. But another part of me, deeper, more primitive, was screaming to get out of there. Still, I stayed. The 5th night, I heard the sound again. Not just steps, but breathing. Slow, heavy breathing, just outside the wall near the bed. I stayed frozen, holding the knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other. I didn't shine the light. I didn't want to let it know I was awake. The breathing lasted for maybe 10 minutes, then stopped. No more steps, just silence. In the morning, I found something new. A piece of string tied around the branch of a tree near the clearing. It hadn't been there before. It was dirty, frayed, and tied in a tight knot, just hanging from the branch at eye level. That's when I decided I wasn't imagining things. I packed everything up. I didn't even eat breakfast. I double-checked that I had my knife, my compass, and my flashlight, and I started down the same path I came from. I moved fast but stayed quiet, stopping often to listen. Twice on the hike back, I heard branches snapping behind me. Not close, but not far enough for comfort. I didn't look back. I kept walking. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking. I threw the pack in the trunk, locked the doors, and got out of there. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? That someone maybe stood outside a cabin in the woods for a few nights? That I heard footsteps and breathing but didn't see anyone? There was no proof. But 2 days later, I couldn't stop thinking about the place. So I looked it up again. I went back to the forum to try and find the post, but it was gone. The user's profile had been deleted. No posts, no replies, nothing, like it had never existed. I tried searching the GPS coordinates on a map, but it just showed forest. It started as a plan to get away from everyone for a while. I had been working nonstop for almost 2 years. No breaks, barely any weekends off, just long hours in front of a screen, meetings, emails, deadlines. I needed a break badly. I didn't want to go somewhere busy like a resort or a beach town. I didn't want people, noise, traffic, or any of the things that reminded me of the life I was trying to escape from. I wanted to be alone. Just trees, cold air, silence, and stillness. So I started looking for remote cabins to rent. Nothing fancy, just something off-grid, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Somewhere I could sit and do nothing for a week. I found a listing online that seemed perfect. It was an old one-room cabin near an abandoned quarry, deep in the woods about 5 hours away from where I lived. The listing said the place had been built in the 60s and hadn't been updated much. It ran on a small propane heater and had a hand pump for water. There was no power except for a battery-powered lamp and a small solar panel that could charge a phone if the sun was strong. The pictures showed a small wooden structure with a tin roof and a single dusty window, sitting on a slope near the edge of the quarry. It was surrounded by tall trees and thick underbrush. The quarry itself looked deep and dead, full of rocks and water with steep cliffs on all sides. There were no nearby houses, no roads that led right up to it. You had to park about a mile away and hike the rest of the way in. It looked exactly like what I wanted. The owner didn't ask many questions when I booked it. He just sent over the key code and a PDF with some rough directions. The hike in was marked by blue tape on trees. He said the last mile of the path wasn't used often, so I should be careful of roots and branches. I packed my bag with enough food and supplies for a week. Just dry food, canned stuff, a few gallons of water, a flashlight, extra batteries, warm clothes, and a hunting knife, not for hunting, but just in case. I also brought a folding shovel and a basic first aid kit. I wasn't expecting anything to go wrong, but I like being prepared. The drive there was long but peaceful. Once I got off the highway and onto the back roads, the traffic dropped off completely. After the last small town, it was just me and the trees. When I reached the spot where I had to park, it was late afternoon. The sun was low, and everything had that golden color that makes the forest look softer than it really is. I locked my car, threw on my backpack, and started walking. The hike was slow. I had to keep looking for those pieces of blue tape. They were easy to miss if I wasn't paying attention. The forest was quiet except for the crunch of my boots on the dead leaves and the occasional call of birds far above me. It felt peaceful, but something about it also felt a bit too still, like everything was holding its breath. It took me almost 45 minutes to get to the cabin. When I finally saw it through the trees, I felt both relief and a weird sense of discomfort. The place looked exactly like in the photos, maybe even more run down. The wood was dark and weathered. The window was fogged over with grime, and the door had scratch marks on the bottom like some animal had tried to get in. The roof had patches of moss, and a part of the gutter hung loose. Behind it, I could see the edge of the quarry, and it looked even deeper and darker than I expected. The water at the bottom was still and black. I stepped inside. The cabin smelled like old wood, dust, and a faint metallic smell I couldn't place. There was one small bed with a thin mattress, a table with a lantern on it, a tiny shelf with a few dishes, and a locked wooden box marked tools. The propane heater was in the corner. I tried turning it on, and after a few clicks, it came alive with a soft hum and a smell like burning plastic. The sun was almost gone by the time I settled in. I ate a protein bar, drank some water, and unrolled my sleeping bag onto the bed. That night, I fell asleep quickly, but I woke up around 2 or 3 a.m. to a sound, a thud, just one, like something had landed or dropped just outside the cabin. I didn't move. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling. I waited for another sound, but nothing came. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The next few days were uneventful, mostly. I hiked around the area a bit, explored the forest, sat near the edge of the quarry, and watched birds fly in wide circles over the water. I didn't see a single other person the entire time. I didn't even see any animals up close. Just signs, footprints, broken branches, distant howls. At night, the forest was completely dark, and the cabin would creak and groan as it cooled down. But every night I heard something. It wasn't always the same sound. Sometimes it was soft crunching outside like someone walking slowly through the brush. Sometimes it was a thump. Once it sounded like metal scraping against something. But whenever I checked outside, there was nothing. I told myself it was animals, maybe raccoons or deer, but it never felt like that. The sounds were slow, heavy, measured. On the fourth night, I found footprints outside. Not boot prints, bare feet, human. They were in the dirt right near the edge of the porch. They looked fresh. The rain from earlier that day hadn't washed them out. I measured one with my hand, bigger than mine, wider too. I didn't know what to make of that. I stared into the woods for a long time that morning. That evening, I decided to stay inside. I double-checked the lock on the door, even though it was a weak little thing that could probably be broken with a firm kick. I kept my knife next to the bed. I turned off the heater because I didn't want the sound to block anything out. I wanted to be able to hear clearly. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, heart already racing even though nothing had happened yet. It started again around 1:30 a.m. I heard the crunching first, then a long pause, then another crunch, closer, another pause, then a thud against the wall. Not a knock, not a random bump. It was a hit, deliberate, then nothing. I sat up, holding the knife in one hand, trying to listen. My breathing was loud, so I held it. For almost a full minute, there was silence. Then I heard the handle of the door rattle, just once. Then footsteps walking slowly around the cabin. Not running, not rushed, just calm, heavy steps circling the structure. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Eventually, they stopped. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun came up, I waited an hour before opening the door. I stepped outside, knife still in my hand. No footprints this time, no broken branches. But I noticed the wooden box labeled tools had been opened. I hadn't unlocked it. I was sure of it. It had a small padlock on it when I arrived. Now the lock was broken, and the lid was slightly open. Inside were a rusted hatchet, some nails, and a short crowbar. The crowbar was missing. I didn't touch anything else. I packed my stuff quickly. I was done. I wasn't going to spend another night there. I didn't care if I had to hike out and sleep in my car. The walk back through the forest was tense. I kept checking behind me. I kept hearing things, snaps, rustles, but I never saw anything. When I got to the car, I threw my stuff inside and drove off without looking back. I didn't report anything. I didn't know what I'd even say. There were no signs of a break-in, no damage to the cabin besides that broken lock. The owner might just think I was being paranoid. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone into the woods again since. I haven't rented another cabin. I haven't even gone camping. A few weeks ago, I looked up that listing again out of curiosity. It was gone. The entire page had been removed. I tried messaging the owner through the app, but the account had been deleted. But here's the part that still eats at me. A few days after I got back, I checked the inside of my backpack while cleaning it out. Stuff was mostly the same, except for one thing I hadn't packed. It was a small, folded piece of paper shoved deep into the front pocket. I opened it. There was just one line, written in messy handwriting with what looked like charcoal. "You were lucky." I still don't know who wrote it. I don't know when it was put there. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed just one more night. But I think about it a lot, and I'll never go near that quarry again. I wanted to get away from the city for a while. Work was draining me. I was tired of the same loud cars, small apartments, bad sleep, and constant pressure. I wanted peace. No phone calls, no emails, just some time in nature alone with no one around. I had saved up some time off from work, and late September felt like the perfect time. It wasn't too hot, and winter hadn't set in yet. I found a small, off-grid cabin listed online. It wasn't anything fancy, just a one-room wooden structure with a small porch, a compost toilet out back, a tiny fireplace, and no electricity or running water. They said there was a stream nearby for washing and cooking. The ad said the cabin was about 11 miles from the nearest paved road, somewhere deep in the forest in northern Idaho. It looked simple, quiet, private, exactly what I needed. I drove up early one Thursday. The first few hours were highway. Then the GPS told me to take a narrow dirt road into the woods. After about an hour on the dirt road, I had to stop and open a rusted gate that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. After the gate, the path turned to rocks and dried mud. Trees got thicker and the light dimmed. I kept going, bouncing slowly over roots and potholes. No signs, no houses, just endless trees. I started to lose the signal on my phone, which was fine with me. That was part of the plan. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, it looked even more isolated than I imagined. It sat on a slight hill with a small clearing around it, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. No tire tracks, no human signs at all. Just the crunch of dry leaves under my boots as I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. Smelled like pine, cold air, and dirt. Inside the cabin was dusty but clean. A small cot in the corner, an old wooden table, a metal stove, one tiny window. I spent the first hour unpacking and setting things up. I stacked my food in a plastic bin to keep animals away. I placed my backpack near the cot. I walked around and scouted the area. The outhouse was about 40 steps behind the cabin. I found the stream downhill and filled my canteen. The cold water felt fresh and clean. The first night was peaceful. I made a small fire outside, cooked a simple meal, and watched the sky turn orange, then black. The stars looked sharper out there. I didn't hear a single car or voice, just crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the wind through trees. When I went to sleep, it took me a while to adjust to the silence, but I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I woke up with the sun, made coffee over the fire, sat on the porch and watched birds in the trees. Around noon, I decided to walk further into the forest. I brought a small pack with a knife, water, a compass, and some trail mix. I didn't plan to go far, just stretch my legs, maybe find a better view or a nice spot by the water. The forest felt untouched. No litter, no trails, just old trees, fallen branches, moss, and leaves. I marked my path by tying strips of red cloth to some trees, just in case I lost direction. I must have walked about an hour when I spotted something strange in the distance through the trees. A shape that didn't match the forest. When I got closer, I saw it was an old shack, smaller than my cabin. It was slanted, with a patched-up roof and what looked like thick wire mesh covering the windows. There was no door, just a heavy cloth hanging over the entrance. It gave me a weird feeling, like I wasn't supposed to be there, but I peeked inside. It was dark and smelled like rust and rot. Inside were piles of broken furniture, buckets, tools, and stacked wooden crates. One corner had a small mattress on the floor. There were ropes hanging from nails in the wall. It looked like someone had lived there or still did. I backed away slowly and left. I didn't touch anything. I didn't take any photos. I just turned around and followed my red cloth markers back to the cabin. I told myself maybe a hunter used it. Maybe it was just old. Nothing to worry about. But something about it didn't sit right with me. The ropes, the wire on the windows, the mattress. It didn't look like someone hunting. It looked like someone hiding. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every noise in the woods felt louder. I thought I heard soft footsteps outside at one point, but when I peeked through the window, I saw nothing. I stayed awake a while with my knife next to me before finally dozing off. The next day, I didn't go hiking. I stayed near the cabin, read a bit, cooked, tried to relax, but I couldn't stop thinking about that shack. That night, I heard something again, like movement behind the cabin. Not loud, but slow, careful. I sat up and stayed still. It stopped. I waited another 15 minutes, but nothing happened. I got up, took my flashlight and looked outside. Nothing. No footprints. No signs of anyone. Still, I locked the door with the old latch and didn't sleep much. The next morning, I walked out back to the outhouse and noticed something strange near the trees. A small piece of cloth caught on a branch. It wasn't mine. It was gray, torn, and had what looked like a stain on it. Could have been mud. Could have been something else. I left it there. That evening, I decided I'd leave the cabin early the next morning. I still had 3 nights booked, but I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I packed most of my stuff that night. I left just my sleeping bag out. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of metal scraping, slow and steady. It was coming from the front door. I froze. The latch. It was moving. I could hear it rattling. Someone was trying to open it. I didn't move. I waited, holding my breath. The scraping stopped. Then footsteps on the porch. Then silence. I didn't sleep again. At first light, I threw my stuff in my pack, stepped outside, and scanned the area. No one. But near the porch, I saw a small pile of rocks stacked in a neat triangle shape that hadn't been there before. Felt like a message, a warning, or a game. I grabbed everything, locked the cabin behind me, and started driving. The forest felt darker, tighter. The road felt longer. Every few minutes, I checked the mirror. Took me almost 2 hours to get back to the main road. Once I had signal, I called the number from the cabin listing. No answer. I emailed them too. Nothing. Days passed. I tried looking up the listing again. It was gone. The whole site seemed offline. I never found out who that shack belonged to. I still wonder if someone was living out there, watching me, waiting. I think they didn't like that I found it, that I came too close. It's been almost a year since then. I haven't gone camping since. I still love nature, but now I prefer parks, trails with people, places where I can see houses or cars in the distance. I miss that silence sometimes, but I'll never forget the kind of silence I heard in that forest. That wasn't peace. That was warning. I had been feeling worn down for months. The constant noise of city life, the nonstop messages, work emails even during weekends, the traffic, the late nights, the junk food, the empty socializing. It all just piled up in my head like a thick fog. I felt like I was being slowly suffocated by the same daily routine. It wasn't like anything specific had happened. There was no breakdown, no major trigger, just exhaustion. A slow, dull kind of mental collapse I didn't know how to fix. A friend once told me about this cabin he used a few years back during a rough time. It was way out in the forest, far from any major roads. You had to hike about a mile from where you parked to get to it. No neighbors, no service, no electricity, just a small wood stove for heat, a solar battery for a few lights, and a gas burner to cook. It had a rain barrel and a composting toilet. Not fancy at all, just quiet. He said it was the best week of his life. I thought about that place for a few days, then reached out to the guy who owned it. He was retired, lived in town, and mostly just rented it out to people who wanted to disconnect. He gave me a week in July for cheap, told me where to find the key in a fake rock under the porch, and just said to clean up after myself when I left. He emailed me a map with directions to the parking spot and a marked trail leading to the cabin. So I packed light, some canned food, dry snacks, a cooler with a little ice, a few books, a flashlight, extra batteries, a hunting knife just in case, and a small hatchet. I brought a portable solar panel to charge my phone, mostly for music and notes, but I expected no signal anyway. I told 2 people where I was going and when I'd be back. I felt responsible, prepared, and honestly kind of excited. I drove out early on a Sunday morning. After hours of highways, then winding back roads through dense woods, I reached the small clearing where I was supposed to park. It was nothing more than a flat dirt patch beside a mossy log. I grabbed my pack, locked the car, and started walking. The trail was narrow, lined with ferns and tall pine trees, but easy to follow. I could hear birds calling back and forth overhead and the soft crunch of pine needles under my boots. After about 20 minutes, I spotted the cabin through the trees. It was smaller than I imagined, gray wood, a rusted tin roof, a small porch with a single step, and one dusty window in the front. A pile of chopped firewood sat stacked neatly against the side. A bent metal chair leaned against the porch rail. It looked exactly like what I wanted. Quiet, still, and completely cut off. I found the key under the fake rock like he said and let myself in. The inside smelled like dry wood and old paper. There was one main room with a small table, 2 chairs, a single bed with a worn green blanket, and a shelf with a few basic pots and utensils. The window in the back looked out over a patch of clearing that dipped into more forest. It was simple but comfortable. I unpacked, cracked open a bottle of water, and sat on the porch as the sun came down behind the trees. That first night was peaceful. I made some instant noodles on the gas burner, read until my eyes got tired, then climbed into bed and listened to the sound of the woods through the open window. Just leaves rustling, an occasional owl, a few creaks from the old cabin as it cooled. It was the kind of silence that made you feel small in a good way. The next morning, I felt lighter. I went for a walk, followed a deer trail down a shallow hill, and ended up beside a wide creek. I sat there for hours with my feet in the water, watching dragonflies skim the surface. I felt calm for the first time in a while. I made dinner early that night, some canned beans with crackers, and watched the sunset from the porch. It was that pink-orange sky where everything glows for a few minutes before the dark settles in. I didn't use my flashlight much after that. I liked how it felt to move slowly in the dark. I fell asleep not long after, but the next morning something felt off. I noticed it while I was brushing my teeth outside with bottled water. There was a small pile of rocks near the base of a tree across the clearing. I didn't remember seeing it before. They were smooth stones, stacked one on top of the other, about 5 of them. Not a big pile, only about a foot tall but carefully balanced. I stared at it for a while, trying to remember if I had walked that way the day before. I was sure I hadn't, and it looked too deliberate to be natural. I knocked it over with a stick, thinking maybe it was just some forest art left by another hiker, and forgot about it. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing something, cracking sounds in the woods, like someone stepping on dry branches. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe even a raccoon, but it went on for hours, not moving away, not getting closer, just snapping sounds, off and on. Finally, around 3 in the morning, it stopped. In the morning, I found another rock pile. This one was right next to the porch steps. Same type of stones, same size pile. I stared at it for a long time. It made my chest feel tight in a weird way. I hadn't heard anything near the cabin that night, but someone or something had to have put it there while I was inside. I felt suddenly exposed, like the woods were watching me. I picked it up and carried it deep into the trees and scattered the rocks far apart. I didn't want to see it again. That afternoon, I stayed closer to the cabin. I read, chopped some firewood just to feel like I was doing something, and kept glancing into the woods. The trees felt different now, not peaceful anymore, just dark. I felt watched, but I couldn't explain why. As the sun set, I locked the door and shut the curtains. I even moved the little table in front of the door. There was no real reason to think anything would happen, but I didn't care. I had a bad feeling. That snapping sound started again around midnight. This time it was closer. I laid still in bed, listening to it circle around the cabin. One step at a time, then silence. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to light. I got dressed fast and opened the door. There was nothing on the porch, but about 30 feet away, just barely visible through the trees, there was another rock pile, taller this time, maybe 8 or 9 stones. I felt cold all over. I didn't go near it. I didn't even want to move. That whole day I stayed inside. I kept the curtains closed, and every few minutes I'd peek out just to check the woods. At one point I thought I saw movement, like a shadow slipping between trees, but it was fast, and maybe my eyes were just playing tricks. Still, my heart was pounding. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I had no phone service, and the hike back to the car was through dense woods. If someone was out there messing with me, I didn't want to risk running into them alone on the trail. I decided to wait until morning. I still had 1 full day left. I'd leave a day early. That night, I barely slept. I kept the knife next to my bed and listened to every noise. Around 2 in the morning, I heard what sounded like a breath outside the window. Just one breath, slow and deep, then silence. The next morning, there were no rock piles, but I found footprints, bare footprints, in the mud near the rain barrel, clear toes, wide heels. They led around the back of the cabin and disappeared into the woods. That was it for me. I packed everything fast. I didn't eat. I didn't stop. I didn't even care about cleaning up like the owner asked. I just stuffed everything into my bag and started walking down the trail. The woods were too quiet. Every gust of wind made me flinch. I kept looking behind me. About halfway to the car, I stopped and listened. Footsteps. Slow, quiet footsteps behind me, far enough that I couldn't see anyone, but close enough I could hear them now and then. I walked faster. Then I started jogging. When I reached the car, I fumbled the keys and dropped them in the dirt. My hands were shaking. I unlocked the door, threw my bag in, and didn't look back. I started the engine and got out of there as fast as the dirt road would let me. Even hours later, after I reached the main highway, I still felt like I was being followed. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not right away. I felt like people wouldn't believe me. Maybe they'd say it was just paranoia, that I scared myself. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. A few weeks later, I looked up the area around that cabin. I found a few old posts on a survival forum. Nothing official, just stories. A couple of people had camped out in those woods and said they saw strange things. Figures watching from trees, footsteps at night, rock piles appearing near their tents. It wasn't just me. I never went back. I never even contacted the owner again. I still wonder who or what was out there with me. But I don't want answers. I just want to forget that cabin ever existed. And sometimes, late at night, I think I hear footsteps again. Even though I live in the city now. Even though I'm supposed to be safe. I went to that cabin because I thought I needed a break from everything. My head felt full of noise, like I was carrying 100 different thoughts all at once and none of them were useful. I'd been sitting in my apartment in the city for weeks, trying to finish a book I'd promised my publisher. But no matter what I did, I couldn't focus. I'd sit down to write and end up scrolling or pacing. Some days I'd just lie on my couch and stare at the ceiling until night came. I was behind and the pressure was growing. So I decided to get away from all the distractions. I figured a quiet place in the woods might help me clear my head. I found the cabin online. It was in northern Minnesota, a little over an hour from the nearest town. The listing said it was meant for hunters and fishermen, mostly. It was small, old, but clean. No Wi-Fi, no TV. That's what caught my attention. I thought the isolation might force me to focus. I booked it for 3 weeks. That's all I thought I needed to get back on track. I packed my clothes, laptop, a few groceries, a stack of notebooks, and drove out on a cloudy Tuesday morning. The road narrowed the farther I got from the city. After a while, the trees started closing in. There were fewer houses, and the ones I passed looked more and more run down. Fences made of rusted metal, yards full of broken furniture, dogs barking from inside screen doors. I didn't see anyone outside, not even walking. I checked my phone and saw one bar of signal flickering on and off. The last stretch of the drive was on a dirt road that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. Deep ruts filled with standing water. My car bounced and shook as I made my way down it. I kept checking the GPS, wondering if I'd missed a turn, but it said I was still heading the right way. Finally, I saw the cabin up ahead. It sat in a clearing surrounded by thick trees. It wasn't much, just a single story with a sagging roof and chipped red paint on the walls. There was a small wooden deck out front with a bench and a dusty doormat. A shed stood about 20 feet behind it, tilted slightly to one side like it was slowly sinking into the ground. I parked beside the cabin and sat in the car for a few seconds before getting out. It was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no birds, just the sound of the engine ticking as it cooled. Inside, the cabin was basic but not bad. There was one bedroom with a twin bed and an old dresser, a small kitchen with a gas stove, a narrow bathroom with a stained shower, and a main room with a table, a few chairs, and a wood-burning stove. The floor creaked when I walked. The walls had patches of discoloration where pictures used to hang. I could smell dust and old wood, but it was warm and dry. I brought my stuff in, set up my laptop on the table, and made a cup of instant coffee. I sat down, looked out the window at the woods, and told myself I was finally going to get some work done. The first night was strange. I tried writing for a few hours, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept hearing sounds from outside. Not loud, just faint rustling, like someone walking through the underbrush. I'd look out the window, but I couldn't see anything. It was too dark. The trees pressed in from every side. I turned on all the lights and pulled the curtains shut, but that made me feel worse. The silence inside the cabin felt thick, like I was underwater. I kept getting up to check the doors, even though I knew they were locked. I tried to remind myself I was just unused to being alone like this. The city always had background noise, traffic, voices, music. Out here, there was nothing, just my own breathing, the ticking of the wall clock, and the occasional groan of the wood settling. I went to bed early but couldn't sleep. I lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling, listening. At one point, I heard what sounded like a soft thump on the porch, then another. I got up and went to the window and peeked through the curtain. I didn't see anyone. The porch was empty. But when I opened the door the next morning, I found something strange. There were muddy footprints on the deck. Bare feet, too big to be a child's, too small to be mine. They led up to the front door, then turned and walked away toward the tree line. I stared at them for a long time. I even took a picture on my phone, though I had no reception to send it to anyone. I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had wandered through, a hiker or a local. Maybe a kid messing around. Still, I started locking the bedroom door at night. I pushed the dresser in front of it. I knew it was probably an overreaction, but I couldn't help it. I felt like something was off. During the day, I wrote a little. Not much. I'd start typing and stop after a few paragraphs. I couldn't get into the flow. My thoughts felt tangled, like trying to pull a single thread from a ball of yarn. I spent a lot of time staring out the window. The woods were thick and still. Every once in a while, I'd see a bird or a squirrel, but not much else. I kept thinking I saw movement between the trees, but when I looked closer, there was nothing, just shadows. On the fourth day, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the backyard, maybe 30 or 40 feet from the cabin, I saw a small pile of rocks arranged in a circle. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I walked out to look at it. It was a perfect ring about 2 feet wide. Each stone was placed carefully, stacked just right so none fell. In the center of the ring, someone had placed a small bundle of twigs and pine needles tied together with what looked like hair. Long strands of dark hair, looped and knotted tightly. I didn't touch it. I backed away and walked quickly to the shed. I grabbed a shovel and went back to the ring. I scattered the rocks, broke the twigs, and buried the whole thing a few inches deep. I didn't know what it was, but I didn't want it near the cabin. That night, it felt like the woods were watching me. I know how that sounds, but that's the only way I can describe it. I kept the lights on again. I didn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I thought I heard something. Footsteps, breathing, scratching. Around 3 a.m., I got up and went to the front door. I opened it slowly and stepped out. The night air was cold. My breath showed in little puffs. I stood there, looking into the trees. There was nothing, no sound, no wind, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I went back inside, locked everything again, and sat up in bed until morning. Over the next few days, the feeling grew stronger. I found more strange things outside. Once it was a piece of broken mirror leaning against a tree stump. Another time it was a dead rabbit, cleanly skinned, laid across my doorstep. No blood, just pale muscle and bone. I started carrying a hatchet with me every time I went outside, even just to get firewood. I stopped writing completely. I couldn't focus. All I did was watch, listen, wait. My hands were shaking most of the time. I hardly ate. On the 9th day, I walked a little way into the woods during the afternoon. I wanted to see if there were any signs of someone else out there. Footprints, trash, a trail. I brought my phone and hatchet. The woods felt tighter the farther I went, like the trees were closing in. About 100 yards from the cabin, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. It was another circle, bigger this time, made of larger stones and sticks. In the center was something that looked like a piece of cloth, soaked in something dark. I didn't go any closer. I turned and ran back to the cabin, not looking behind me. I packed a bag that night. I told myself I was leaving in the morning, no matter what. I'd wasted enough time. I hadn't written anything worth keeping. I was tired, scared, and paranoid. But when morning came, I found the road was blocked. A A tree had fallen during the night. It wasn't stormy. There hadn't been any wind. The tree was thick, heavy, completely across the dirt road. I tried to move it, but I couldn't. Not alone. I couldn't even drag it an inch. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I thought about walking to town, but I didn't even know if I could make it in a day. I didn't have a map. I decided to give it one more night. Just one. That night was the worst. It started with the lights going out. All at once, right after sunset. I tried the switches, the breakers, everything. Nothing worked. I lit a few candles I'd found in a drawer. I tried not to panic. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, holding the hatchet, watching the door. Around midnight, I heard movement outside. Not just footsteps, breathing. Slow, deep breathing. I held my breath. The sound moved around the cabin, circling. I didn't move. My hands were sweating, my knees shaking. I heard something scrape against the side of the cabin. Then silence. Total silence. I stayed there until dawn. When the sun came up, I opened the door. There were marks on the wall. Scratches. Not claw marks, tool marks. Like someone had dragged a sharp edge across the wood, over and over. I left the cabin that morning. I didn't pack. I just grabbed my keys, my phone, the hatchet, and started walking. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station about 6 miles down the road. I had been feeling burnt out from everything. My job, my daily routine, even from people. I had saved up a couple of weeks of leave, and I figured I could use it to get away from everything. I wasn't interested in flying anywhere or visiting some expensive hotel. I just wanted to be alone, disconnected, quiet. I thought nature would be a good place to recharge my brain. Maybe hike a little, cook simple food, sit by a fire, and sleep without an alarm clock. I didn't want noise or distractions. I found a cabin listed on a small, quiet website. It was listed as being in a very rural part of the northern woods, a few hours past a small town. The photos showed a single-story wooden structure with a metal roof, an old porch, and no nearby neighbors. The ad made it sound peaceful. The area was supposed to be part of a privately owned forest preserve, so there were no other buildings around for miles. I didn't think twice about the isolation. In fact, that was the reason I picked it. The place was cheap, too. The owner said in the listing that it was because it was off-season, and there was no cell service and no Wi-Fi. That was fine by me. I wanted to be off the grid. I booked it for 12 nights. I packed up my small SUV with groceries, water, warm clothes, a camp stove, and a sleeping bag, just in case. I also took a small backup battery pack, a knife, a flashlight, and a few other things I thought I might need. I left early one morning in late October. The air was cool and gray. The drive up north was uneventful at first. Gas stations became fewer as I left the bigger roads, and I eventually reached the edge of the forested area after passing through a tiny town with a single gas pump and a closed diner. The last stretch of the road wasn't even paved. It was a winding gravel path that led deep into the trees. The road was covered in fallen leaves, damp with recent rain, and narrow enough that I kept worrying about scratching the side of my car. The tires crackled slowly over gravel. After what felt like forever, I saw the cabin come into view through a gap in the woods. It looked like the photos, except it seemed older in person. The wood siding was darker and had water stains. The porch steps sagged slightly in the middle. A rusty metal chimney stuck out the top of the roof. There was no sign of anyone around, no other buildings, not even utility poles. Just trees, dirt, and silence. I turned off the car engine and sat there for a few minutes, just listening. Nothing but wind in the branches, not even birds. I went inside. The door creaked, and the air inside smelled like cold wood and old dust. It had that abandoned feel, like nobody had stayed here in a long time. There was a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a cot with a thin mattress, and a folding table with 2 chairs. The windows were covered with faded curtains, and the back door led to a tiny deck facing the trees. I turned on the flashlight and checked the place. It was empty as expected. I put my gear down, unpacked my food, and tried to settle in. The first 2 days went by slowly, which was what I wanted. I read a book, made soup, took walks down narrow animal trails behind the cabin. I never saw another person or even signs of one. The stillness was strange at first, but I got used to it. On the third night, something felt different. It wasn't anything huge at first. I was lying on the cot, reading by flashlight, when I heard something outside. A short, crunching sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. Just one step, then nothing. I stayed very still and turned off the light. It was cold in the cabin. My breath showed in the air. I listened for a long time. There was only the occasional creak from the roof and the soft groaning of the trees in the wind. Nothing more. I told myself it was probably a deer or raccoon, something wandering near the edge of the trees. I wasn't used to wilderness noises. I forced myself to fall asleep eventually. The next day, I checked the ground around the cabin. It had rained lightly overnight, which made the dirt softer. I didn't see any tracks close to the door, but about 20 feet off the back of the cabin, I found what looked like a boot print in the mud. It wasn't clear, but it was the right size and shape to be human. That made me uneasy. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, so I took a photo with my phone, even though I had no signal. The battery was draining slowly even on airplane mode, so I planned to save it for emergencies. That night, I triple-checked the locks on both doors. There were no real deadbolts, just simple latches. I pushed a chair under the handle of the front door. I also placed a few small metal pots near the back door. If someone came in, I figured they might make noise knocking those over. I lay in bed listening again. Around midnight, I heard something else. 3 slow knocks on the wall outside. Not the door, but the wall next to the cot. The exact spot where I was lying. 3 slow knocks, then silence. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I searched again. The air was colder, the sky gray. I walked a slow loop around the cabin, scanning the trees. I didn't see anyone. No sounds of branches breaking. No voices. No vehicles. But I found another boot print behind the cabin, near the same spot as before. This one was fresher. The mud still held the shape. It was clearly a boot tread. I started to get the feeling I wasn't alone out here. And the worst part was knowing I couldn't call anyone. There was no service. My battery was low. I started saving power by turning off the flashlight as much as possible. I tried to convince myself it was some hunter or hiker, but I hadn't seen a single person in 4 days. And it wasn't hunting season. On the 5th night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat on the floor behind the table, wrapped in my sleeping bag, with the knife in my hand. I left the flashlight off. I waited. Around 1 a.m., I heard the back door creak. Not open, just shift, like weight had been put against it. Then silence again. My ears felt like they were working overtime, trying to catch everything. I sat frozen, breathing slow. The wind made soft moaning sounds through the trees. An hour went by, maybe more. Then I heard it again, this time on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. One, then another, then one more, then nothing. I didn't move until daylight. When I finally went outside, I saw more footprints on the porch, leading to the door. Mud had dried into the wood. Whoever it was had walked up to the door and stood there for a while. That was all. I wanted to leave that morning, but I knew I wouldn't make it far. My car had half a tank, but the closest town was hours away and the road was rough. I still had food, and I thought maybe whoever it was had moved on. I was wrong. That night, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. Sometime in the early morning before sunrise, I woke up to a sound I couldn't explain. It wasn't footsteps or knocking. It was breathing. Heavy, slow breathing from just outside the wall. The sound of someone standing right next to the cabin. I could hear the breath fogging against the wood. It stayed there for what felt like a full minute, maybe longer. Then it stopped, and then the back door creaked open. Not just a shift, this time it fully opened. I heard the pots I had placed fall over and clatter onto the floor. I jumped up, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it at the back door. Nothing was there, but the door was wide open. I grabbed the knife and backed into the corner of the room. I stayed like that until the sun came up. The next morning, I found the muddy boot prints again. This time inside the cabin, just a few steps past the door. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed everything I could into the car in under 5 minutes. I didn't care about what I left behind. I drove down that gravel road at nearly twice the speed I should have, tires slipping in mud and gravel. My hands were shaking the entire way. I didn't stop until I reached the small town with the gas station. There, I found signal and sent messages to people telling them I was okay. I didn't tell them the full story. I drove all the way back to the city that same day. I've never been so relieved to hear traffic, sirens, or people talking. Weeks went by before I could sleep normally. I kept wondering who that was, why they didn't speak, why they didn't break in all the way or hurt me. What did they want? Were they just playing with me? Watching me? I never got any answers. I contacted the owner of the cabin and asked if anyone had ever reported strange activity. He didn't respond. The listing disappeared not long after that. Looking back, I realized the only reason I wasn't hurt or killed might have been because I left early. Maybe they were waiting for something, waiting for me to be more comfortable. Or maybe they were just testing how far they could go. I still have the photo of the footprint on my phone. And when I look at it, I remember how close they were to me. Standing in the dark, just a few feet away, night after night, not saying a word. I've never gone back into the woods alone since, and I never will. I needed to get away for a while. Life in the city was starting to eat at me. Endless traffic, loud neighbors, screens everywhere, and too many people in my face all the time. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I wasn't sleeping well. I was tired all the time, and not just physically. It was the kind of tired that builds up in your bones like a slow leak that never stops. I was getting anxious for no reason, forgetting things, and zoning out more often than not. So when I saw an online listing for a remote lakeside cabin up north, I booked it without thinking twice. The listing said it was a 2-bedroom log cabin with a small dock on the edge of a quiet lake, deep in the woods about 2 hours off the main highway. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no neighbors for miles. Just trees, water, and quiet. That was exactly what I needed. I packed everything I thought I'd need: food for a week, a few gallons of drinking water, flashlight batteries, a solar-powered charger, a cheap hunting knife, matches, and some firewood. I also brought a thick notebook and a few books I hadn't gotten around to reading. I told a couple of friends I'd be off-grid for a while, left my phone in airplane mode, and hit the road early on a Monday morning. The drive started out peaceful, with long stretches of highway and wide-open skies. But the last hour or so was rough. The paved roads turned into gravel, and the gravel slowly faded into a barely there dirt path that wound through dense forest. I followed the directions the owner sent me, which were mostly things like drive 3.2 miles past the fork, then turn right at the crooked pine tree. It felt like something out of an old movie. I started to wonder if I had gone the right way at all when the path finally opened up into a small clearing. And there it was. The cabin was smaller than I expected, made from dark logs and sitting about 15 feet from the edge of the lake. The water was still and flat, reflecting the trees and sky like a mirror. There was a tiny dock with a beat-up rowboat tied to it, and a narrow trail that disappeared into the woods behind the cabin. There was no cell signal, no sound but the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird or rustle of leaves. I stood outside for a while, just breathing it all in. Inside, the cabin was simple. There was a small kitchen with an old gas stove, a table, 2 chairs, a tiny living room with a fireplace, and 2 small bedrooms with basic beds and scratchy wool blankets. There was a single bathroom with an old composting toilet and a rusty shower that only worked if you turned on the solar-powered pump. It smelled like pine and old wood. There was a stack of firewood, a few lanterns, a locked cabinet with tools, and a hand-drawn map of the lake and surrounding area. It all felt a bit old, but solid. The first 2 days were quiet. I spent the mornings making coffee, sitting on the dock, watching the sun rise over the water. I went for long walks through the trees, trying to get used to the stillness. I cooked simple meals on the stove, made notes in my notebook, and read until it got too dark to see. At night, the cabin creaked and groaned like old houses do, but it didn't bother me. I was starting to relax. But things started to change on the third day. It started with small things. I woke up that morning and noticed the door to the tool cabinet was open, even though I knew I hadn't touched it. The lock was still hanging from the latch, but it was unlocked. I figured maybe I hadn't closed it properly, or maybe I bumped it without noticing. I didn't think much of it. That afternoon, I walked the trail behind the cabin, deeper into the woods than I had before. The trees were thick and close together, and the deeper I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no bugs, just the sound of my boots on the dry leaves. I found an old fence, half rotted and covered in moss, and beyond that was a small clearing with a broken down shed. It looked abandoned. Walls leaning, roof caved in, rusted tools scattered around. I didn't go inside, just looked around and headed back. But on the way back, I realized something was off. The trail didn't look the same. I knew I had followed a single straight path, but somehow I ended up curving around and finding myself coming up behind the cabin from the opposite side. I had a good sense of direction and had even marked a few trees with small pieces of cloth, but those markers were gone. I felt stupid. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn. Still, something didn't feel right. That night, I locked all the doors and windows. I kept the hunting knife beside my bed, though I didn't really know why. It just made me feel better. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard sounds outside, branches snapping, dry leaves crunching, like someone or something walking just beyond the trees. On the fourth morning, I found muddy boot prints on the floor near the front door. I stood there staring at them for a long time, heart pounding. They weren't mine. I had taken my boots off the night before and placed them neatly by the door. These prints came in from the door and led into the kitchen, then stopped. They didn't go back out. I checked the door. It was still locked from the inside. I looked around the whole cabin. Nothing else seemed out of place. No drawers opened, nothing missing. But the prints were clear. Someone had come inside. I didn't know how. I spent the next few hours checking every inch of the place, looking for another way in. I found nothing. That day, I stayed close to the cabin, too nervous to go walking again. I kept the knife on me at all times, even when I was inside. I started to question whether I was just being paranoid. Maybe I had made the prints by accident. Maybe I was sleepwalking. But deep down, I didn't believe that. On the fifth night, I was woken up by a sound I can only describe as soft scraping. It was coming from outside, near the back wall. I didn't move. I just lay there holding my breath, waiting. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then silence. I waited another 5 minutes before getting up. I tiptoed to the window and looked out. Nothing, just trees and darkness. But in the morning, I found long scratches along the wooden back wall, just under the bedroom window. They looked like they had been made with something metal, clean cuts, deep enough to catch with a fingernail. That was it. I decided I needed to leave. I didn't care if I still had 2 days left on the rental. Something was wrong out there. I packed fast. I barely ate. I shoved everything into my bags and headed for the car, only to find that the back tires had been slashed. Clean cuts, deep and even. Not torn or popped, cut. I stood there staring at the tires for what felt like forever. My stomach dropped. That's when I knew this wasn't just random. Someone was out there. Someone was watching. There was no cell signal, no landline, nothing. The only choice I had was to either stay and try to keep the cabin locked down or hike the 5 or 6 miles back toward the highway and hope I got a signal or found help. But I didn't know exactly which direction to go. I had relied on the GPS and now I had no signal, no clear route. I stayed one more night, barricading the doors with furniture and keeping every light on. I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair in the corner with the knife in my hand, ears straining at every sound. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch, slow, deliberate. I didn't breathe. The handle turned once, then again, then nothing. I sat there all night, barely blinking. When the sun rose, I opened the door and saw footprints in the dirt leading to the porch, but not away from it. I didn't care anymore. I grabbed my backpack, left a note on the table in case anyone ever found the place, and started walking toward where I thought the main road was. The woods were thick and confusing. The trees all looked the same. I tried to follow the sun, but clouds rolled in by afternoon. I walked for hours. My legs ached. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, and I kept hearing things behind me. Twigs snapping, dry leaves rustling. But every time I turned around, there was nothing. Eventually, I saw something through the trees. It was another cabin, smaller, older, and falling apart. I almost cried with relief, thinking maybe someone was inside. I approached slowly, calling out, but there was no answer. I peeked inside. It was empty, just an old mattress, broken furniture, and empty beer cans. But in the corner was a pile of worn clothes, jackets, shirts, boots, even socks, different sizes. Too many for one person. That's when I realized this wasn't the first time someone had been out here. I backed out and kept walking, faster now, heart racing. It took the rest of the day, but I finally saw the shimmer of pavement through the trees. An old road. I stumbled out of the woods like a wild animal, clothes torn, legs covered in scratches, soaked in sweat. About an hour later, a truck came by and picked me up. The driver didn't ask many questions, just gave me water and dropped me off at the nearest gas station. I called the police. They sent a couple of officers to check the cabin, but by the time they got there, it was empty. The scratches on the wall were still there, but the footprints were gone. The muddy prints inside had faded. The slashed tires were still flat, but there were no fingerprints, no signs of anyone else. They didn't find the old I had been putting it off for months. There was this big writing project I needed to complete for work, a technical manual full of boring but necessary documentation for the company. I couldn't focus at home. Too many distractions. I kept making excuses, opening tabs, pacing around, or going out just to avoid it. It reached a point where my boss gave me a quiet warning, and I knew I had to lock myself away and get it done. That's when I decided to rent a cabin up north. Not one of those cozy resort ones with neighbors a few feet away, but a real isolated place. I found it through a small rental website. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything major. The owner only listed it through a site for hunters and off-grid travelers. He said the cabin was 15 miles from the nearest town, tucked into the woods, right at the edge of a frozen lake. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, no cell reception. That was perfect. No distractions. Just me, my laptop, and the project. I drove up in early March. Snow was still thick on the ground, but the roads were mostly clear. The trees were tall and bare, black against the pale white sky. It took me about 4 hours to get there, and the last 20 minutes were down an old logging road. My car shook over the frozen ruts, and I kept looking at the GPS even though the signal had already dropped. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly as advertised. One story, with siding turned gray by weather. A tin chimney with smoke already drifting out of it. Apparently the owner had stopped by earlier to warm the place up. The front porch sagged slightly, and there was a single propane tank beside the wall. The front door had an old brass handle and opened with a loud creak. Inside was simple. A main room with a couch, table, and small wood stove. A kitchenette with an old gas burner and a fridge that ran on the generator. A hallway that led to a bedroom and a bathroom. The wood paneling made everything feel darker, even in daylight. I dropped my bags, plugged in my laptop, and sat at the table. For the first hour or two, I couldn't settle down. I kept walking to the window, looking out at the trees, then back to my screen. Every little sound felt louder in that kind of quiet. Branches creaking, wind brushing snow from the roof, the stove crackling. I wasn't scared, just alert. By that evening, I had written almost 2,000 words. I was impressed with myself. I ate some canned chili, read a few pages from a paperback I brought, then got into bed around 9 p.m. There was no noise outside, no light pollution, just pitch dark beyond the window and the faint sound of wind. The first night was fine. I woke up once because the heater made a strange metal ticking sound when it cycled off, but that was it. By morning, the sky was pale gray again. I got up, made coffee from a thermos of boiled water, and started working right away. I stayed locked in all day, only taking breaks to eat or use the bathroom. I didn't check my phone, didn't look at any emails. That isolation started to get to me a little, but I kept telling myself it was working. I was being productive. On the third day, something odd happened. I was organizing some folders on the small desk beside the bed when I noticed a vent on the floor that I hadn't paid attention to before. It wasn't part of the heating system. It looked older, the kind of vent that might have been connected to an old coal furnace or something. I knelt down, pried the metal grate loose, and shined my flashlight inside. There was nothing visible at first, just darkness and what looked like dirt or stone about 5 feet below. But then I realized it wasn't dirt. It was wood, floorboards. That didn't make sense. The cabin wasn't raised like that. There shouldn't have been a crawl space. I walked around outside later that afternoon, and from the way the cabin sat on the frozen ground, it looked like there was no space under it at all. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about the vent. I moved the bed aside and tried to see if the floorboards around it were hollow or if there was a trapdoor somewhere. Nothing obvious, but there was something about it that felt off, almost like the cabin was built over something else. I kept working, trying to ignore it. I finished about 6,000 words by the 4th day, which was more than I'd done in months. But the more I stayed there, the more I noticed small things that didn't line up. There were signs that the cabin had been modified. Mismatched screws in the wall panels, a section of baseboard that looked newer than the rest. I saw old drill holes that had been patched but not stained to match. It felt like someone had either added to the cabin or tried to hide something. On the 5th day, I found it. There was a small hatch in the closet of the bedroom. I noticed it only because I dropped my power adapter and saw a seam along the wall near the floor. I pulled the boards loose and found a square cutout with a rope loop nailed to the top. When I opened it, cold air rushed out. I expected a crawl space or a root cellar, but what I saw was a narrow wooden staircase descending straight down into blackness. I stared for a long time. The cabin wasn't supposed to have a basement. The listing said nothing about it. The cabin sat directly on the ground. But there it was, an old staircase slightly slanted, with wood that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I left the hatch open and went back to the main room. I sat for about 30 minutes, just staring at the fire in the stove. Eventually, I grabbed my flashlight and went back to the closet. I lowered one foot onto the steps. They held. I went down slowly, one hand on the wall. The smell hit me about halfway down. Old, stale wood mixed with something else, something like mold or rot. At the bottom of the steps was a narrow hallway. The floor was uneven. The boards were warped with age. I walked slowly, sweeping the flashlight around. The hallway opened into a single large room. It looked like some kind of workshop. There was a workbench covered in dust. Tools were scattered across it: saws, screwdrivers, pliers, old jars with screws and nails. A rusted vise clamped to the corner. Along one wall were shelves stacked with boxes. Some were empty. Others held old papers, wires, cans. One shelf held 3 locked metal containers. And then I saw the far wall. It was covered in newspaper, dozens of sheets nailed flat to the wood. The ink was faded, but I could make out headlines. Most were local, some were national. All of them were about missing people, hikers, hunters, a family whose car had been found abandoned near the edge of the forest. The oldest was dated 1983. The most recent was only 3 years ago. One name stuck out: a woman from a nearby county who went missing while walking her dog. I remembered seeing a missing poster for her back then. I backed away from the wall, my chest tight. This wasn't right. This wasn't just some old workshop. Someone had used this place to keep track of disappearances, and whoever it was had clearly wanted to hide it. I left the basement quickly. I didn't sleep that night. I kept imagining someone standing at the top of the stairs, or hearing the hatch creak open. I packed my things at first light and decided to leave a day early. I didn't care about the refund, but the road was blocked. A large pine tree had fallen across it. I hadn't heard it during the night, but it must have come down recently. I tried to move it, but it was too heavy. I didn't have a chainsaw or even a good axe. The only thing I had was a small handsaw, and that would take hours. I didn't have cell service. I was stuck. I spent the day in the cabin trying to stay calm. I boiled water, ate canned beans. Read. I thought about what to do. I could walk to town, but it would take most of the day. 15 miles in snow and woods. I didn't like that idea. I stayed one more night. That night, something changed. I heard noises from below, faint thumps, then dragging. I lay still in bed, my flashlight in my hand, staring at the closet. I didn't open the hatch again. I didn't want to know what was moving. I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I was ready to walk. I put on my warmest clothes, packed food and water, and started toward the road on foot. It was cold and slow going. I kept checking behind me, half expecting to see someone following. I walked for hours. When I reached the edge of town, my phone buzzed with reception again. I called the sheriff, told him everything. At first, he didn't believe me. Then I gave him directions. I waited in town while they checked the cabin. 2 days later, they called me. There was no staircase in the bedroom closet, just floorboards, no basement, no vent, no underground workshop. They found my prints all over the cabin and my food and the firewood I had used, but nothing else. The cabin had never had a basement. The ground beneath it was solid frost. No signs of a dugout room, no stairs, no wall of newspapers. The sheriff told me maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the isolation got to me. Cabin fever, he said. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. I know the cold air that rushed up from the hatch. I know the names on those newspaper clippings. And I know what I heard that last night. I never went back. I left my deposit behind. I never thought I'd end up spending 2 weeks alone in a cabin just to finish a pile of work. But that's exactly what I did. I worked as a freelance technical writer, and for months I'd been falling behind. My deadlines kept stacking up and I was missing them one by one. I needed to isolate myself, cut off from everything. No calls, no distractions, no excuses. Just me, my laptop, and a quiet place. So I booked a small wooden cabin out in northern Montana, near the Canadian border. It was cheap, remote, and surrounded by dense pine woods. The listing said there was no Wi-Fi, no cell service, and barely any electricity. Just a wood stove for heat, a propane-powered stove for cooking, and a solar panel to keep lights on at night. I didn't need anything fancy, just enough to keep the laptop charged and get the job done. The cabin sat about 3 miles off a dirt road, connected by a barely used gravel path that wound through the woods. The owner had left the keys in a metal box under the porch and gave me the combination. I drove out there in early October, just when the weather started turning cold. I had packed up enough food for 2 weeks, a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, extra batteries, and my laptop. That's all I needed. When I got there, the place looked even more isolated than I imagined. The trees were tall and thick. You couldn't see 50 feet in any direction without your view getting swallowed up by the forest. The air smelled like pine, moss, and wet earth. The cabin itself was small, maybe 25 feet long and 15 feet wide. Just one room with a small bathroom in the back that had a composting toilet and a bucket-style sink. There was a small table by the window, a single bed against the wall, and a shelf filled with old books and tools. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses down on your ears. The first day went fine. I unloaded the car, set up my laptop on the table, tested the lights, and made a quick meal of canned chili on the propane stove. That night, I laid in bed listening to the wind push against the walls. The roof creaked sometimes, and the woods outside were full of faint noises. Rustling, twigs snapping, maybe a distant owl. Figured it was all normal. I wasn't used to being this deep in the woods. I kept telling myself the isolation was what I needed, and I believed it, at least at first. Over the next few days, I got into a routine. Wake up around 7, light the stove, boil water for coffee, eat something simple, then work straight through until evening. I take short breaks to stretch or go outside for a walk along the gravel path. By day 3, I had already written more than I had in the past month. The silence was helping, but at night, things started to feel strange. Not anything supernatural, just off. It started with little things. One night I woke up because I thought I heard something move on the porch, just a creak, the kind you'd expect if someone stepped on old wood. I grabbed my flashlight and checked outside, but there was nothing there. No animals, no sign of tracks, just wind. The next night I heard it again, a soft creak, like weight on the floorboards. Again I got up and checked. Nothing. I told myself it was probably the wood expanding or the wind pushing against the porch roof. Still, it was enough to keep me awake for hours. By day 6, I started to feel unsettled. It wasn't just the porch noise anymore. I started finding things in slightly different places. I knew where I put my boots, always beside the bed. But one morning, they were lined up neatly by the front door. Another day, the propane stove knob was turned slightly, like someone had tried to turn it on. I hadn't touched it since the night before. I wondered if I was sleepwalking or just imagining things. But I didn't feel groggy. I felt alert, maybe too alert. I started double-checking everything. I made a habit of snapping a photo of the room before bed, just to reassure myself in the morning. On the 7th night, I found something that made my stomach tighten. I was out behind the cabin just before sunset, dumping some food scraps into the compost bin. I noticed something strange in the dirt by the tree line. Footprints, not boots, barefoot. Human. They were small, maybe a size 7 or 8, and they weren't mine. I had been wearing thick hiking boots the entire time. These prints looked fresh, still holding shape, not washed away by rain or wind. They led from the edge of the trees toward the cabin, then looped around and went back the way they came. I stood there staring at them for a long time, barely breathing. My first thought was that maybe a hunter or hiker had gotten lost. But barefoot, in 40-degree weather, that didn't make sense. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, checking the windows, the door, the woodpile. Everything looked normal. No scratches, no damage. But my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I locked the door, closed the shutters, and didn't sleep much that night. Every time the wind brushed the cabin walls, I jolted awake. The next morning, I found more prints. This time they were on the side of the cabin, near the bathroom window. Again barefoot. They stopped right at the wall like someone had stood there for a long time, watching. I had kept the window cracked open just a bit to let out moisture, and now I slammed it shut and locked it. I debated leaving, but I told myself there could be a rational explanation. Maybe a local kid playing a prank. Maybe a squatter passing through. I didn't want to overreact. I still had a week left, and the work was going well, so I stayed. But from that point on, I didn't sleep well. I'd lie in bed each night, wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding at every creak or snap outside. By day 10, I was exhausted. My eyes burned. My shoulders ached from tension. I was jumpy. I started keeping a knife beside the bed. It was just a 6-inch kitchen knife, but it felt better than nothing. I kept my boots near the bed too, just in case I needed to get out fast. Then came the worst night. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard it, slow, deliberate footsteps on the porch. Not the creaking sounds I'd heard before, but actual steps. One at a time, wood groaning under pressure. My heart raced. I sat up in bed, grabbed the flashlight, and waited. I didn't want to move too fast or make noise. I turned the flashlight on, keeping the beam low, then crept toward the door. I looked through the gap in the shutters. Nothing. I waited. Still nothing. The sound had stopped. I slowly opened the door and flashed the light across the porch. There was nothing there. No person. No animal. But something was different. Right in the center of the porch was a dead squirrel. Its neck had been twisted, and it looked like it had been placed there carefully, not dropped or tossed. Its eyes were open, staring blankly. Blood had pooled slightly under its mouth. I scanned the woods, but there was no movement, no sound, just dead stillness. I didn't touch the squirrel. I backed inside, locked the door, pushed the table in front of it, and sat in the corner with the knife. I stayed there until morning. When the sun rose, I opened the door again. The squirrel was gone. I didn't hallucinate it. I know what I saw. I took a picture of it with my phone, even though I had no signal. I needed to prove to myself it was real. That morning, I packed my things. I shoved everything into bags as fast as I could, tossed it all into the back of the car, and drove down the gravel path like my life depended on it. I didn't care about the work. I didn't care about the money. I just needed to get out. But when I reached the end of the gravel road, I saw something that made me freeze again. A white pickup truck was parked just off the side of the path, tucked behind a thick patch of trees. I hadn't seen it before. I slowed down and glanced inside. It was empty, no one in the driver's seat. The windows were fogged slightly, like it had been parked there overnight. The strangest part was the license plate. It had been covered with duct tape. I didn't stop. I floored it past the truck and didn't look back. I drove straight into the nearest town, found a motel, and stayed there for the night. I couldn't sleep even then, but at least I was around other people. Later that week, I contacted the cabin owner through the listing site and told them everything. I never got a reply. The listing was taken down 2 days later. I still think about it sometimes. I try to make sense of it. Maybe someone had been living in those woods, watching, waiting, messing with me just to scare me off. Maybe they were squatting in one of the old hunting shacks nearby. Maybe it was just a drifter or someone unwell. But the prints, the squirrel, the truck with the taped plate, it all felt planned, like someone was trying to send a message. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I do my work at home now with the door locked and the lights on. I don't look out the window at night. I don't leave food scraps outside. And I never, ever stay anywhere without cell service again. Because I know now the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. It's the people you don't see. The ones watching when you think you're alone.